And Gapo, let me put a one in the chat to let me know you can hear the music or hear me. We'll get started in a minute. Just put a one in the chat to let me know you can hear me. Trying something different out. Hey, Lexi. Hey, Copper Color Brown. All right, that's good. I'm glad you can hear me. So I'm doing this from a new computer, so. No, we're basically going to freestyle on this one. I was just looking up something with the Choptank tribe, which is in Maryland, also in Delaware and Pennsylvania as well. So I was like, let me just do a live. Hey, Islam, Camp Powerton, Wayne Gapo. All right, I'll give y'all a couple minutes. It's only been 2 minutes. Oh my gosh, we had a great weekend, y'all. For those of y'all who missed it, y'all missed out. It's so good to see people in person. You know, it's a different, you feel that vibe. It's like a whole environment. Like, it's every time we do it, it's you know, it's kind of, I just get like a life-changing experience because I meet y'all and I see that it's actually affecting people. It's actually helping people. So that's what it's all about, you know. So I'm going to get started in a minute, y'all. Peace, y'all. Share it out for y'all night owls and y'all on the West Coast or y'all in another country. So I know people will be up. I'll be up at this time. So I'm like, I'm up here studying, so I might as well get on here. All right, I'm about to share my screen in a second, y'all. Have any of y'all heard of the Choptank or the Choptank tribe? Anybody heard of that tribe? I can't see. The comments are delayed. I'll wait for a second to see if y'all heard of them. Well, like I was saying earlier, this tribe is in the Eastern Shore area, which is Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland. I'm not sure if this Choptank was in Virginia, but they speak a similar dialect as the Powhatan, okay? So they speak the Nanticoke language, which is very, like, almost identical. Well, certain words are different, but the dialect is almost identical to the Powhatan language. And it's pronounced Powhatan. I know a lot of people say Powhatan or Powhatan. It's power, like Power, the TV show. But power, like we say power, it's Powhatan. Right? Like Yucatan, Powhatan. Oh, Frankie from Maryland. Okay. I see your Eastern Shore crab in your profile. Hey, Diane. Thank you, beautiful. You're in Vietnam? Okay, so I know you up, right? So I'm about to share my screen. We're going to get into the Choptank. I got a whole bunch of tabs, y'all, because I'm freestyling. I was like researching myself. So I'm like, I might as well share with y'all and try something different. Hold on one second. Okay, hopefully this is working. OCO Lisa. Hey Ronald. Hey, I'm born here. All right, I'm trying to share the screen. Hold on one second, y'all, because it's acting up. I'm gonna put the music back on because I know this is a what? Pompano. I don't want to mess your name up. Hold on one second. I'm gonna put the music back on. Trying to share the screen, that's why. It's a new computer, so. Okay. Let's see if it works now. You're in Palm Beach? I meant Pompano Beach, Florida. I've never heard of that. Okay. Let me see if it's sharing now. Should be working. Okay, there it is. It's working, y'all. Let's see which one is better. Hold on. Nope. All right, so the Choptank, got all these tabs up, y'all. This is basically Wikipedia of the Choptank, or a Babco tribe, and Algonquian speakers on the Eastern Shore, like I told y'all. They're closely associated with the Nanticoke people, okay? And it's kind of interchangeable on that because the Nanticoke is the actual nation. The Choptank is a tribe from that nation, okay? Let's see. Yep, it says they speak the Nanticoke language. theTashaXi, okay? And that means a stream that separates. And let me get into the actual documentation that I pulled up because they were putting out a bunch of surnames. I'm like, okay, let me just share this with everybody, for the people who have ancestry in Maryland, because it's not talked about very often. We go into Virginia and Carolina. Well, at least I did. Carolina surnames and stuff. We don't talk about Maryland at all. Okay, so they've been here for 15,000 years, and they're associated with the Adena time period, or the Adena civilization as well. It's not on here. The last settlement with the Choptank was in Locust Neck, and that's Maryland. Let's see what it says. And this is from 1985. Thomas E. Davison did that big survey. And I think Opie just did a video on that, if I'm not mistaken, about that survey. It was a lot of tribes that they documented, and a lot of our surnames are on these documentations. Let's see. So they have actually deeds and things mentioning. So this is what I know, at the No Grandma Killers tour this weekend, a lot of people were trying to figure out how do they use their genealogy to connect with these tribes. And things like this is how you do it. So this is the deeds and acts. You're going to be looking for treaties, deeds, and certain documentation that the Europeans collected. I know we're like, we don't need them to validate us and all this, but they have information that we don't have. And if we're trying to win in this system, so we can have our own system, we have to go about things a certain way. So deeds and certain documentation is the way to go, not that other stuff people be on. Okay, so let me read this. And this is from April and May of 1669. So this is way back in the day. What, 60 years after they got here, around that time? Okay, proceedings and acts of the General Assembly. Ordered that a member of this house to be sent to the lower house to let them know that we have received a message from Abaco, T. Quasisimo, Sino, sorry, and Ha Tashwap, and the rest of the kings upon the eastern shore near Choptank, informing us in regard that they joined in league with us and in pursuance of the articles of peace. They have delivered up to our justice the person of the murderer of Captain Odber. I think that's how you say his name. As formerly they have done others of Wicomi's nation, enemies to his lordship and his province. So they're basically saying they dropping a dime or snitching, as y'all say, on the Wicomis. Is another nation that they're actually rivals with. So a lot of y'all saying that acting like we were all peaceful and all this stuff. But people have rivals that they've been rivals with for thousands of years, hundreds of years. And to try to get these people out the way, of course, they're going to go to people who they've signed treaties with, because in our culture, when you sign a treaty with people, they become like not family, but they're allies. So you're going to trust somebody who you sign a treaty with, before you trust your enemy. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me pull up the chat on my phone so I can see what y'all saying. Because y'all know I like to chat with y'all. So basically, Abasco and all these people came together. So it's 3 different chiefs. So these are 3 different tribes that came together on the Eastern Shore. Okay. So it says, these said Wicomi's nation have drawn into league with them the Madwas Indians and others much too strong for the said Abaco, Tiquasino. I'm sorry, I said it right the first time. And the Has Sawap. Not that WAP that Cardi B got. All right. Hey, OCO. Okay, I see y'all chat. OCO. How you doing? Hey, Gio. He said basically it's a bond. They are loyal. Right. They loyal. And they riding on their enemies. That's what they're saying, okay? They're saying basically that allegiance is saying that the Wicomis were too strong for them. So they turning them into the English. Okay. And it says, so that they be not protected by us, they are likely to be destroyed. Okay. So they're scared of these guys and need extra protection. They further showed that notwithstanding they never sold any land to the English, nor gave permission to seat any lands on the south side Choptank higher than William Stevens Creek. Yet the English do daily encroach upon them and even sit down amongst them in their clear fields with their cattle and hogs, destroying their corn without which they cannot subsist. So basically, they're dropping this dime on this other crew, basically, so that they can say, hey, throw this in, like y'all are doing some messed up stuff. Y'all encroaching our land. We're just, hey, we gave you this information, so we're asking y'all to check y'all people. Basically, that's what they're saying. They therefore pray that the land above William Stevens Creek, as high as a creek called Secretary Seawall's Creek, may be reserved and laid out for them, and that no may seat within those bounds, that they may have patents Okay, this is where the land patents come in. These deeds and these treaties and agreements. This is how they ask for these things, that they may have patent from his lordship for it. Okay, because some people have asked me, like, how did our people get the patents? It's because they already own the land. But if you don't formally ask this government, which they have signed a treaty agreement with, for those actual patents, you're not going to get your land back. Okay, a lot of people talking this get your land back stuff, but they're not going. You have to go through the genealogy, basically. They're not going to just give you it because you say you're Indian or you're Aboriginal or you're Indigenous or indigenous. You got to have bloodline connections to this land. You have to have documentation, evidence, primary sources, things like that. Letho Kenny. All right. So where was I on here? Yeah, so they're asking for the patent from his lordship that we will take some course to protect them against the Indians whilst they live upon that land, and that they may have a boat lent them to go up to Susquehanna's, canoes being dangerous. All right, so they're throwing in a couple of demands. They're saying that their canoes are dangerous, especially when they're under attack from these Wiccamos. Did I say it right? Wiccamees, I'm sorry, from the Wiccamees. So they're like, we need some of y'all boats because y'all have a better or different um, carpentry. Yeah, I'm up late. I'll be up late like this, but I'll be studying by myself. So I was telling everybody that I was like, hey, let me just try this out because I got a new computer. Let me try to go live and share the information because I'm doing it anyway. So I'm basically just freestyling, y'all. You've been to the Eastern Shore? Yeah, the Eastern Shore is allegedly where Harriet Tubman used to live. Maryland Eastern Shore. So this is the area that they're talking about on here. And that upon consideration of the whole matter, that this house do think it fit that the land by the said Indians desire to be reserved for them and secured to them by act of assembly, as was done in the like case to the Piscataway Indians, that effects be raised and put into the hands of Captain Carr at Delaware, that shall be sufficient to encourage and thus said Carr to do our business and to purchase a present sorry a present is spelled the same way, to be sent to the Mathawas Indians to renew our league with them and to include in it said Abaco, Hatsawap, and Tiquasino. Okay, and the rest of the Indians are Confederates. So those, when they call them the Confederates, those people are under that British Confederacy. That the said Abasco, the AT, the H crew basically have a considerable present or reward given to them for their fidelity. So basically for them telling on their enemies, they're going to get a little extra off top. You said Maryland in the house. Okay, Gary. Okay, flamethrower. Said documentation is sickening though. Blatant disrespect for the original stewards. Plus, they never really honored any paperwork. Right, but this right here, this is 1669, which is crazy that they're even honoring all this stuff on paper in 1669 and talking about giving them reserved land. Okay, this is before the Middle Plantation Act that Chief Kokoeski, my ancestor, helped put together to make the actual first official reservation in America. Okay, so this one is saying that they were putting together, they're saying the Piscataway Indians in Maryland already had this reserved land, but it wasn't called a reservation. They already had this land patented and roped off for them. And they're also giving these other three tribes their own patented reserved land as well. Now, the thing about the reservations that started happening after Middle Plantation with Cocoesky, the Queen of Pamunkey, they're not patented land, okay? They don't have the first official land grants. Those are just kind of, I don't know how to explain it, but it's not the same thing. They can't sell reservation land, you know what I'm saying? They can only loan and rent it out. So that's why a lot of those reservations, they're living in third world country status, and they don't know how to make money. A lot of the land is bad lands. If you look on the map, that's not where a lot of those tribes originated, especially ones from here. Maybe the Plains people been there for a while before the Europeans came, but y'all know a lot of them is from Asia anyways. They're not originally from that area. But the ones here, we really got a raw deal because of the way that the land was reserved, and they didn't really have the official land patent. Now, some of the tribes are getting the land back. I know the Nottoway people were getting some of the land back. And the Chiranaka, they had to actually pay for some of their land to come back, even though they have the documentation and stuff. But that's a whole nother story. Yes, power to the people. You live near Annapolis, Frank? Cool. Yes, it's called land patent. You can still do that today. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's different between regular land patent and having the original deed in land patent. The original land patent. Okay. Now, they're not really giving out a lot of actual real land patents anymore. They're really not doing that. Most people, they're getting deeds and things, but they're really basically renting or leasing the land. You said, let me come in your home and reserve a bedroom for you and make it seem like I did you a favor while I take over the rest of your house and yard. Yep, that's exactly what they're doing. Right, they're not owned. Exactly. That's what they're doing. You can put your land in trust. Yeah, but do you have the original land patent? That's the question. You can do all those paperwork you want to, but what does it work? That's the whole thing. Okay. So you have to have that original deed. Otherwise, you're just doing regular commercial or residential real estate, you know? Okay, let me finish this. And each of these Indian counselors here, a present at parting and further an order over into Choptank to have a boat lent for their transportation. So they're not really giving them, they're lending them boats for the transportation up to the Susquehannas, and do desire the lower house of their concurrence herein, and that we may have their speedy answer. 1, as to the act of securing them their lands. 2, as to what effects they will be willing to put into the hands of Captain Carr. And 3, as to what reward they will give Abaco, Tisquas, Sino, and Haspawap, and the rest of the kings, and what they would give the Indian counselors here present. So, you see this tribe is on here. Let's see if they have any of the actual people or surnames on here. I think there's some more. This is a lot. I'm not going to read through all this because this is a long page. It says, an act for the continuance of peace with the protection of our neighbors and the Confederate Indians in Choptank River. Okay, this is 1669, y'all. Okay, it says, being just the Indians, the ancient inhabitants of this province, should have a convenient dwelling place in this their native country, free from the encroachment and the oppression of the English, and more especially such who are in league with us, and for their friendship to us are in danger to be destroyed by their neighbor nations, our enemies, and whereby the Abaco, the Hatsawap, and the Tisquasimo. Yeah, I said it right. I said Tisquasimo before. That's what it really is. have a late given large testimonies of their fidelity towards us in delivering up the murderer, a Captain John Odber, for which they are in danger to be cut off and destroyed by the Wicomices and their Confederates, the Mat-Wash Indians. You said brothers need to strengthen their ties with China. U.S. has no more power. We must take our seats amongst their fears and men. I don't know about that now. I don't know if I trust you. Trust China? China is for China, and they're not even for China like that either. You see how they do their own citizens. Okay, let's see. I don't know about China. I appreciate you too, Omni. So y'all see right here, they're saying, they're admitting that we're the ancient inhabitants of this province, right? And we should have convenient dwelling place and be protected from encroachment and oppression. You say your 6-year-old grandson's learning Mandarin. Wow. I mean, it's great for business. To do business with China, yeah. But to trust them, I don't know. Definitely to do business, we need to be producing. So we shouldn't be relying so much on China. But for now, to get ourselves into a certain position, yeah, to use connection with China, so I agree with that, Camp Powerton. Halito Mingoism. All right, so they're basically, this thing here is granting them those rights of ownership of the patents as well as protection, because they've been doing their thing. So no Chinese were successful everywhere but China. Yeah, the Choptank, that's they were in several places. They're also part of the Nanticoke. So those people who are descendants from the Maryland people, the Maryland area people, may be related to the Choptank. That's why I'm trying to put the information out. And they speak Nanticoke. And like I was saying, Nanticoke is very similar, almost identical to the Powhatan language. It's just a different, slight dialect, and they sound a little different. They sound more. The Powhatan language flows a little more. Theirs is more choppy. A little bit choppier. Okay, where was I at? I'm not going to read all that, but it's basically saying that they're going to protect them against the Matwas and the other, not the Susquehannock, the other tribe that they were talking about, or the Wicomis. Yep, Chesapeake. That's the Tidewater. We the Tidewater Indians over here. So this is a deed from May 10th, 1686, in Dorchester County. So who y'all know who is a famous person from Dorchester County? I was just talking about her earlier. Well, y'all don't know. Unless my thing is slow. But Harriet Tubman is actually from Dorchester County in the Eastern Shore. Her family was from there. And if y'all know the story, they claim half her family was free, like the father was free and all this stuff. And he was a pastor. Well, he's one of these Dorchester Indians, okay? You said, my cousin said her mother is a descendant. Right, Gary, you got it. This is my phone slow. Descendant of the Piscataway tribe in Southern Maryland. Yeah, I'm gonna do a whole nother video. Maybe tomorrow I'll do a video on the Piscataway, because it's a lot of people who are related to the Piscataways, and they don't know, because there's a whole thing dealing with the Piscataway and slavery, which people don't connect. That's why, a lot of people are in denial about what we're saying, that we are indigenous or we're American Indian, because they don't know. I was telling somebody earlier, they don't know about Indian slavery. So they don't understand the magnitude of, the magnitude that they went to enslave us and erase our identity and spread us out throughout the nation. So I'm going to get into that. And I was waiting for somebody who knew some of the Piscataways to get back with me, but I think they've been busy. So I'm just going to get into that without that information. But just going by the names, the surnames, and stuff that other people who have encountered them in the DC area say. Maryland, not Merlin, the Maryland area. Okay, so this is a deed. It says to all Christian people who these presents shall or may in any manner or ways concern that this is from one of the chiefs, I, Abaco, native of the province of Maryland and king of natives or Indians, the lower towns or nations of Indians and Choptank River, in the said province called in my language Transquakins. Very interesting. Hi, peace, heiress. Peace, American and I'm about to say American Indian. The American heiress. Appreciate you, sister. Okay, so he's saying that his language is called Transquakins. Now, this is the thing with how the Europeans categorize stuff. They kind of try to put everybody in certain boxes and mix things around, even though some of the things are actually the same. So the Nanticoke language and the Transquakins is the same thing. They just have different names, okay? And the Europeans just pick one of the names and they're like, we're going to stick to this one. This is one we pronounce better and we're more comfortable with this one. So now y'all just Nanticokes, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know how to do that. So of my own free will, for a full and valuable consideration in hand received or other ways, so basically for some money and some land security, he's basically saying for some dollars or other ways secured before sealing and delivering thereof John Kirk. So he making sure he makes his list of demands before he give over one of these Europeans. Okay, so the delivery of John Kirk of Dorchester and the aforesaid province of Maryland, for the receipt thereof and every part and parcel thereof, do release and acquit and discharge the said John Kirk. Now listen to how his language. He's saying discharge of the man, acquit him. Don't those sound like law languages, law terms, court terms? Okay, so he's putting down his own authority here as a chief, right? As a king. He didn't say chief, he made sure he said king of the Indians, right? Of the Choptank River. So he's basically, this is his language and his authority right here. His heirs, executioners, administrators, and in consideration thereof, I do bargain, sell. So he's selling some slaves. And I don't know what this word is. In foof, confirm, and have bargained, sold, and foofed and confirmed. He's trying to make sure that they know what he's doing. Unto the said John Kirk, his heirs, executioners, administrators, or assigns from me, my heirs, executioners, administrators, and any other laying claim to the land being allotted to the natives by the right honorable Charles Lord Baron of Baltimore and proprietary of the aforesaid province and his honorable council, and now being and remaining upon the English records at the city of St. Mary's in the aforesaid province. Therefore, so basically he's saying he's basically making sure that they know that he's in charge and he is an executor. Okay, he's a king. All right. So he's saying that this is his own free will and it's his authority. Okay, it's not like he's taking crumbs. He's the one putting the law down right here. Okay, so the aforesaid province at his honorable council, and now being and remaining upon the English records of the city of St. Maurice in the aforesaid province. Therefore, I so buy of land being at a marked oak tree. Remember I told y'all about the oak tree and if y'all go back and watch the Harriet Tubman videos when I did the review, the importance of the oak tree, especially on the Tidewater or the Eastern Shore area, is very spiritual and significance, okay? So they making sure that they mark their land by oak tree, standing at the mouth of a creek called by Englishmen Shallow Creek. Okay, and water is very important in our culture as well. So the oak tree, especially being at the mouth of a creek, was very spiritual, right? That's like a gateway. And if you watch the Harriet movie, I was telling y'all there was a bunch of vortexes and symbolism of these oak trees and these vortexes in the water. So y'all can go back and watch that video and see what I'm saying. So he's basically, if y'all understand what he's doing spiritually, right, he's basically protecting his own interest, and of course he's a king, so he's protecting his people as well. And I don't know what happened to this tribe, but we know the Piscataway are still there, but I'm pretty sure some of us are this tribe and we just don't know it. Okay, so naturally bounded with the said creek and up the said creek to another marked oak tree, standing at the mouth or bottom of a great branch or fork of the said creek. So naturally bounded, with the said branch of the same until it comes to another marked oak tree, standing by the marked road. So with the said road westwardly to another marked oak tree, standing by the side of a branch issuing out of the creek, the said John Kirk now liveth by or on the mouth, so down the said branch to the said creek, bound by it. He's basically giving y'all giving them directions to where John Kirk is. With the said creek down to the river on the easternmost side of the said creek. You know, they didn't have streets then, so he got to do it this way. From thence bounded eastwardly with the river up to the first bounded oak tree at the mouth of Shallow Creek. Okay, so he's marking off that land. It's like a big circle. Yeah, allotted, right? Talking about some allotted. You know, they're trying to play the game. They're trying to be peaceful with these people. Because y'all know how vicious they were when they got here. And it's like they were having very bloody battles with these people. And it's like they kept seeing more and more of them coming, and you don't know where they're coming. It's like an alien invasion. Where are they coming from? You don't know what they got going on in their land. A couple of people went over to travel to see their land, but they're like, hey, we rather have peace at this time, especially if these people can help us get rid of our enemies. We ain't think of everybody by color, or we all indigenous, we all American Indian, Aboriginal, whatever. They're like, these people are enemies, and these people are here and saying that they want to help us. So we can give them a couple crumbs of land and it'd be cool. That's what they thought. Say, we can give them a couple crumbs of land for some guns or something. All right then. But, they didn't know what's going to happen. They didn't know these people are so dishonorable that they will lie and cheat and not live up to the treaties that they signed. Treaties are spiritually bonding. So when you sign a treaty and you break it, that's bad. Big alien invasion, bad karma, so to speak, if you understand those type of terms. Okay, so he says signed, sealed, and delivered in the presence of Henry Howard. So he makes sure he got his witnesses: Edward Wilson, William Watson, and Samuel Finch. Signed Abaco. Okay. So Baco did his thing. He makes sure he got his paperwork on them. So whoever is related to Obaco, y'all have the original land deeds and land patents for that area in Dorchester County. He said enforce Article 6 of the U.S. Constitution. Something needs to be done. They don't go by the. You see them saying they're not living up to their constitutions. They're not living up to their treaties, to any of this paperwork. You know, right? Folks don't get it, flamethrower. They really don't. But we're in a time now that the treaties, the contracts that our ancestors signed, that bound us to this negative system, this negative outcome that we have for our people in poverty and all that. Like, how can we be in poverty on our own land? This got to be witchcraft. Like, this is insane. It's really insane how our people at a certain point just laid down from fighting for hundreds of years in bloody battles. Even dealing with enslavement, the people were still fighting, and now they just give up during Reconstruction. They just stop everything, and they just march and pray, and it's not making sense. It's something else going on, and people need to realize it. Treaties, pacts, contracts, a big problem of spiritual warfare, right? Flamethrower. That's exactly what it is. It's warfare, and that's what we need to get back. Once we get our genealogy together, we need to get back to our spirituality. This is the way out. Okay. Yeah, we can deal with the law as well. We can deal with the law, we can deal with real estate. But you must have all those things. You can't just say we don't need this or we don't need that, right? And including we need the history, because we need to know this is the history right here. I'm reading these documents is history. So we need to know what happened to be able to change it to for our future 7 generations. Right. It's very frustrating. American heirs, definitely. Rodicus, you live in Somerville, South Carolina. That's Dorchester County, or close to Monmouth. Yeah, so it's different. George, see, this is the original. The original Dorchester is in England. So what they did was they came here. So Virginia and Maryland, they started naming all those places from England first, and then when they went down to the Carolinas and Georgia and all that, they started using the same recycled names, because a lot of people who came here from Dorchester, England, came to Dorchester, Maryland, and then they moved down there to Dorchester, South Carolina. So that's how they knew where their families were. You know what I'm saying? Gary, you said the Maryland state tree was an oak, white oak. It was hundreds of years old. Just very spiritual, the white oak. If y'all go back to that video I did on the Harriet Tubman movie, even the movie, you already know that woman in that movie, the Nigerian woman. But they put a lot of the spiritual stuff that we had in there. The stuff that she was doing, her father was making the little heads and all those things. Those are spiritual stuff that our people did over here on the Tidewater area. Okay. And how would if Harriet Tubman was African, how would she be able to know the land so well and escape to Philadelphia to freedom like that, and then keep coming back and getting more and more people and not being found? How does she not get found by the Europeans hunting her? Right? She had to know the land. Okay, she was indigenous, and she also dealt with the spirituality as well, to cloak her and to give her signs and guidance to where she needed to be, especially her having narcolepsy on top of that. Like, come on, y'all. it's, it's something ain't right if it's not spiritual that's being involved, if it's not the ancestors guiding her. Something's wrong with that story. All right. Right. We deal with them irretrievably. Right. Oh yeah, the ancestors are waiting for us to wake up. A lot of people is playing right now. They're not getting. This is not saying y'all gotta abandon y'all church, y'all gotta abandon y'all mosque or whatever. It's saying you need to recognize what happened. That means you gotta practice it. You need to know what it is. Okay. Right. Armintha, is it Armintha or Minta? Arminta Ross. I'm sorry, I had two glasses of wine, y'all. I don't drink. I'm just chilling tonight. I don't even drink like that. People know me. Know I'll go like 7 years and I have a drink, but I'm just chilling tonight. Yeah, this lacking around here, the spiritual part, unifying, organize. Yeah, people talking about Fantasy Island and all this stuff. But do you know what it is? What were they doing? How did they develop the technology? Science, technology, spirituality are hand in hand. And European, with their quest to block the majority or the masses off from certain information, they severed spirituality from that. And that's for a reason, because that's like the spark to get things like the pyramids. All these different things are run off of that spirituality, that science. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm chilling. I'm trying to enjoy myself. You said I'm down to hoodoo some-ish. There is strength when we do things together. Just let me know. That's where we gotta be. We have to be connecting, especially in the summertime. That's when our people did a lot of getting in touch with nature and our spirituality. And the protection spells, or I wouldn't call them spells. They had protection ceremonies and things for the tribes. Right. And they weren't getting messed with, certain tribes, especially within the Iroquois, because they was very strong with it. They dominated a lot of other tribes. And they are a big reason why a lot of us were enslaved as well. And just like I said, if they're riding on their enemies, like a Cherokee or a Mingo, like I told you about the Mingos. The Mingos' main enemy were like the Powhatans, the Shawnee, the Choptanks. These people like that were their main enemies. So they will ride on their enemies and collect them and then sell them. And that would clear out land. So that's how they cleared out a lot of that west coast of the Tidewater area, by coming through and picking us up, as well as the Siouan people. And they, the Siouan, the black people called the Blackfoot or Sapanis, and different tribes like that. They were to collect those people so they can take that land. So the land of the Sapani and the Monacans and all those Siouan type of people, Siouan speaking people, they lived in the plains area of the East Coast, and that was a great grazing land of the buffalo. So it got to the point that the buffalo left because so many people were getting killed or enslaved. Okay, and those remaining people, they followed the buffalo over to the other plains area. Okay, so some of those tribes in the plains area, the Lakota and Dakota and some of those Nakota tribes over there, they are originally from Virginia and North Carolina, and they mixed in with those other people, and those people mixed in with the Irish and Russians and whatever. That's why they look so light. Okay, the Siberians, they mixed in with them, but they're originally from over here. Okay, and not all those people have that same history that's currently in that tribe, because either they're adopted in or they're so mixed out. But the originals were over here, and they just left as recent as the 1700s from Virginia and North Carolina. Yeah, so the originals look like us, and they had, like, if you go back and look at the old footage as recent as the 1970s, you can still, I think it was one guy in 2000, I saw a video somebody had put on YouTube, and he was way darker than me, and he had hair like mine. It's like a 3C, 4A hair, curly, tight curl type of hair pattern he had in a ponytail. So it's whatever. All right, back to this. We talking about all around the world. Yeah, because I had a drink. So here, this is August 3rd, 1692, in Dorchester County deed. So all these counties, now some of these counties up north are lucky enough not to get burnt down. They still have the information about our ancestors. But in places like Southern Virginia and North Carolina, all of the Carolinas and Georgia, some of the courthouses got burnt down on purpose during Reconstruction. And that's the time that the Klan start coming out. They did it on purpose so that they could they can basically ignore these original land patents or these deeds, original deeds. It's not the same as the regular deeds. These are the original ones. So they can ignore these and basically say the land is abandoned, all the Indians are gone, and we're going to squat on this land and we're going to take it. And that's what they did. And they used the Civil War and they used the Reconstruction era to do these things. Blackfoot is basically a misnomer for people who speak Siouan and Algonquian language. There's an actual Blackfeet tribe of Algonquin speakers from like a Montana area up north. And those people migrated down to Mississippi, Texas, Alabama. Okay, some of us are descended from those people, as well as the Sampani people, the Chira, Monacans, and those type of people who were on the East Coast, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina. And those people were called Blackfoot as well because they were the Tar Heels. They'll put actual tar on their feet as shoes, or they put them on the bottom of their moccasins. And that's where the modern shoe that we have, the modern tennis shoe that we have, comes from. That rubber bottom and whatever tar bottom, it comes from the Blackfoot. Okay, our people. Yeah, I'm talking about Siouan, not the Sioux. But the Sioux are the people. They are the Lakota, and the Nakota who did originate over here. Yeah. Yeah, right. Tar Heels. Right. So I just, the Siouan people. That's why I usually say Siouan people. Siouan speakers, and call themselves Sioux. All right, let's get into this. It says, know all men by these presents that I, Hatchwap, okay, this is another one of the kings. So these kings are smart. They made sure that they have documentation of these things. Okay, so the people who descend from these people need to get back to find out how they can honor these things. Okay. You said you're the Iroquois flag, the purple one flying near your domicile. What do you mean? Excuse me. What about the Gullah Geechee? Gullah Geechee, that's a whole nother group of people. They spoke in Muskogee language. They spoke the Muskogee. Yeah, I'm sorry. Wait, I'm about to finish the second glass. Hold on. You said the Gullah. So Gullah, there was a tribe called the Wale or Gullah, spelled Guale. Okay, it was Wale, like the rapper Wale. Yeah, that's how they pronounce it. Of course, the Europeans butcher it and change it to Gullah. Okay, and then there's another tribe called the Ogeechee, who are related to the Yuchi people. Okay, these are also Muskogee speakers. So when I say Muskogee, that's like the Creeks are Muskogee, the Choctaw, the Chickasaw. Those are Muskogee people. The Mobilian people from Alabama. Yes, the Assateagues. Yeah, I'm gonna get into them too. Yes, a lot of those people. These are the tribes that were enslaved a lot. Okay, so a lot of those slaves aren't Africans. There are these Algonquin people, or these Iroquois people and Siouan people, but mostly Algonquin, who were enslaved from the East Coast. Okay, because when you actually get down to the research, like I showed y'all before, when I went down to that port in Alexandria. Most of slavery in America was domestic, meaning they took people from here, say some people from New York or New England, and they brought them to Virginia. Okay, so like Norfolk and Alexandria, Virginia were major ports. especially Alexandria, Virginia. They would take the people from there, as well as people from the Eastern Shore, Maryland, Virginia, and surrounding areas, and pack them up and ship them down to the port in New Orleans, where they would be sold wholesale. Okay. And then those people can sell them out to wherever they were going to sell them out to. Oh, no problem, Mikey. You say you're high playing Geechee. Right, yeah, the Ogeechee. Y'all spoke the Ogeechee or Yuchi language. That's what you used to speak. So um, the Gwale are a Yamasee tribe. They're Yamasee people. So the original Gullah or Wale were Yamasee. Osio, Dan, you said, do I fly? I don't fly any flags at my home, no. We didn't really originally have flags here. That's like a European kind of concept. People had like the wampum belts, different things to or feather headpieces, different things to symbolize their tribe and their clan and things like that, their status. You said, yes, I know bad word. I mean, is Blackfoot the bastardized word for Sapani? No, Sapani is a whole nother, that's a word in Siouan language. I'm not sure. I can't remember the meaning right now off the top, especially after I had some drink. But yeah, this is Gullah Geechee, Gullah, yes, Turtle Island, right. Yeah, Yamsi Yuchi, Yamakwa. Yeah, those are people who are all associated. Right, the war belts. Yeah, that's what I was trying to talk about when the war belts or the peace belts as well. Peace as well. Let me get back to Hotchwap. Okay, so Hotchwap is putting his statement in. He's taking, he's following the lead of Abaco. You said we've been using flags. You think so? I don't know about that. With the rest of my great men, whose hands and seals hereunto annexed, do freely give unto Frances Taylor, the wife of Thomas Taylor of Dorchester County, a certain parcel or tract of land lying within the bounds given us by the act of assembly. Okay, so they officially have ownership legally of this land. And here's that. They're giving you the address, basically, beginning at the mouth of the creek, known by the English by the name of Goose Creek, running down Great Choptank River, bounded here there with to an other creek called the Rolling House Creek, and so up the creek, bounded therewith, until it interprets. I mean, what? Wait a minute. Intercedes. I'm sorry. The main road. I'm just saying a totally different word. I'm pronouncing it right, but it's a totally different word. I said intercede. I just messed up again. Intercepts the main road, and so running with the said road until it makes a square. Okay, this is a whole bunch of address. Okay. To have and to hold. Y'all notice that to have and to hold, they use that in the marriage ceremonies, right? They use that. So this language that he's using, the chief or the king is using, he's using those legally bounding terms. Okay, when y'all know marriage is a legal binding, okay, a bonding. It's really a spiritual bonding, but it has become a legal bonding, and it's for the protection of us, said both parties, allegedly. But once you get into that legal bonding, it's hard to get unbonded. Okay, I know from personal experience, it's easier to get bonded than to get unbonded. Okay. Your laptop died. You better plug it in. Plug it in. You said Algonquin's a form of Hebrew language. Well, not from my knowledge. I've heard people say that, but when I look at Hebrew and I look at Algonquin, it's totally different. I teach Algonquin, a Powhatan language, and it's really different. It's more similar to the Yucatan, the language down there, than the Natal and those Mayan languages. They have some words, Powhatan, right? If you say it pronounced the right way, Powhatan is exactly like Powhatan in that Mayan language down there. So we have to be careful because the Europeans have been pronouncing certain words wrong in our languages, and they do that on purpose. And that goes back to that spiritual thing we were talking about earlier, right? These are curses, okay? So you got to pronounce it right. It's Powhatan, right? In different words. Hanasani, that's for the Iroquois, different. You got to say it the right way because it has a certain frequency when you say it the correct way. That's why they're like chopping up the words. If y'all look at a European when they're speaking our language, they chop the words. We flow with the words more, okay? And I told y'all the Nanticoke chop the words more so than the Powhatan language, but still flowing. Just the Olmec, yeah, some Olmec language. That's basically what it is. You're right. Oh, good, Aries. Yeah, I make sure to plug mine in before because I have all these technical issues. You said get obligated instead of getting married. Okay, yeah. That's why adults gotta go and they have to come into agreement with each other. You said Europeans are our children. You said I won't give them credit for anything. Stop. Some of these people who we calling our people over here, who have our same complexions, are really Europeans. Y'all know that. So that's how they get us mixed up. You said, why would they translate? Exactly. Flamethrower. If they spoke Hebrew and the Bible's in Hebrew, why were they translated into Algonquin for the Algonquin speakers to understand it? No, it's not the same thing. It's different. It's a different language and it's different people. Okay. Let me get back to Hotchwap. Right. Hotchwap. And what did he say? Okay, he's given directions and he says to have and to hold the said neck or tract of land unto the said, it's supposed to be Francis, not Francis Taylor. I actually have an ancestor named Francis Taylor. I don't think this is her because she wasn't married to, I don't know. I don't think it's her though. Her heirs and assigns forever with all wood, underwood, timber, trees growing or standing there on with all other pure tenances. Okay, I'll say that word right, but the other stuff I messed up. Thereunto belonging from us are Indians and heirs forever. In witness thereof, we have set our hands and seals this 23rd day of August, Anno Dom 1692. Okay, so they're giving this Francis Taylor this land, and here's the signature. So people whose ancestors with these names. Now these are their Indian names, most of them, but you'll see the other ones. You see Edward Gold, okay, Richard Teat. I know some people from Maryland named Teat. Francis B. Bullock, okay, and then signed by Hatchwap, Queen Hackwap, Pana Skokwe, Asoto, Matopank, Wasanos, Jamos, Savat. Okay, so you see these different names. Yeah. We have unions, exactly. We actually the whole tying the knot thing came from us. We used to literally tie our clothes in a knot in the ceremony to symbolize that bondage. Okay, certain tribes did that. We didn't really have the ring type of thing, The woman would already be getting the whole, before she even gets married, she will be getting a bunch of presents from suitors or boyfriends before she chooses one to marry. Okay. And usually the one that brings her the most or the best gifts is the one she marries, or whoever she's feeling the most. But you ain't gonna get no time of day without no gifts. All right. I'm not talking about no city girl stuff either. The whole point of that is to establish that you are invested in her best interest. Okay, it's not city girl stuff. Okay, you said Sandra Bullock. Yes, Sandra Bullock is allegedly mixed down the line. Gold sounds like it came from Massachusetts. Yeah, those are Algonquin tribes up in Massachusetts as well. So some of the same surnames are going to be in other places. Okay. It's not. Yeah, it's not no city girl stuff, but the women have to establish at a young age. So it's usually teenage girls. They have to establish that relationship. Okay. They choose the husband and they want to choose wisely. So they won't have to be coming up short, Another guy's serious. All right. They don't have to be no king or nothing. Now, I was just watching this movie, and of course, they do all these wild movies for Pocahontas, but they were saying at the beginning that the women, the daughters of chiefs, have to marry sons of chiefs or other chiefs, which was not the case. The women, they could marry anybody they wanted to. We weren't bougie like that. We didn't have like a certain royal hierarchy. Okay, it wasn't no Romeo and Juliet, like somebody from Lord. If she want to marry the guy that only shoots 1 or 2 arrows in the hunt, she could do that as Pocahontas. She just because her being a female, she get to choose whoever she wanted to do. She didn't have to pick someone her daddy like or someone like her daddy. You know what I'm saying? It was different over here. And it's just like how it is today, right? People, women, and men together. I mean, they choose who they want now. It's not like they have to listen to their parents or arranged marriage and things, because a lot of the culture that was ours is now mainstream culture. Like I've been telling y'all, the whole concept of boyfriend and girlfriends come from our cultures here. People everywhere else did not have that. It's either you had arranged marriages or you chose to get married to someone, but you were just courting. Weren't supposed to have, full on relationship for years and months with someone that wasn't your spouse. You know what I'm saying? Hey, good evening. You said her and Shania Twain. Yeah, they are mixed. Y'all know Shania Twain is deep into it. She's like advocate or whatever for her tribe in Canada that she was adopted in. And she'll tell y'all that she's adopted because she's not full blood. But her stepfather was, I don't think he was full blood either, because if you look at him, but he was a part of that tribe, so full member. You said the guy that shoots 2 arrows, right? The one that hunts the turtles, not the deer. You pick the turtles up off the ground. The one that got the fish that just hop on the boat, not the one that goes fishing. Yeah, Shania. No, Shania is. I think Shania is. I think that is one of those Canadian tribes language. Y'all, I had too much to drink. Let me get back to this. All right, so August 29th, 1693, it says, then came Richard Teets before us, which he's an indigenous person, right? He's one of these Choptanks. Richard Owen and Walter Campbell. Okay, justices of their majesty, peace for the county of Dorchester, and swear upon the holy evangelist that he saw, he's snitching now. He saw Hatchwap, Queen Hatchwap, I guess that's his wife, Ponasque, Asoto, Mantapink, Wasanos, Janos, Sanos. Seal and deliver the. Oh no, he's not snitching. He's saying he's a witness for their. I guess like a notary for their deed to the uses therein contained as witnesses. So notice he says deed to the uses. They're not giving the land away. They're basically deeding the land, and they have the documentation right here to the Europeans. Okay, they're leasing the land basically. And uses therein contained as witnesses our hands the day and the year above written. Appreciate you, Mikey. You said I'm hilarious. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mikey. I appreciate you. Yeah, they yeah, they was whapping. They was whapping back in the day. Once I get some more documentation, because people keep asking me for sources now. Before I was given sources, and they were like, "You don't got to give all these sources. Just you know the information. Just speak from the heart." Now they're like, "I need all the sources." So I'm gonna have to find some more sources. I have some from the Nottoway tribe and a couple other tribes, but I'm gonna find some more. So I have a more versatile arsenal of sources for the whole boyfriend and girlfriend thing. You having coffee? Uh-oh. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Diane. Yeah, we're just relaxing right now. Okay, so let's get back to this one. He's basically saying Richard and them saying they saw this document. And then they're also sealing another document from that same group of people, Hatchwap and them, saying acknowledge to within name Francis Taylor the within written deed of guilt. I don't know what this is supposed to be, if it's misspelled or what. As the act and deed of the several persons above named as witnesses. Okay, so they're giving deeding something to Francis. It says, know all men by these presents that I, King Hatchwap, and his great men as follows, that is to say, we, Queen Hatshep, Panasque, Asoto, do constitute and appoint H.R. Hugh Essleton of the aforesaid county, our true and lawful attorney, to acknowledge in court of any other ways according to the law unto Francis Taylor a certain piece of land lying being within the divided of land given to them by the country bounds as follow. So these people were very intelligent, and they're smart enough to hire this guy Hugh as their lawyer or their attorney, so they can make sure that they have a hold of these lands, right? And they're saying that they only given Francis this little piece of land. This is to protect them from other people encroaching on the land. Okay, so they're very intelligent, very strategic with this. Okay, and this is given the address. I'm not going to go all around the Goose Creek and all this stuff. It saves them. It's too many documents on this one, so I'm going to have to get moving on in a second. But y'all get the point that these people were very intelligent, okay, and they were very strategic in what they're doing. So it's kind of like, what happened? How did all this stuff get lost? Okay, so let me scroll through this and see what else I say. So here is Abaco again. Let me see. So when you read through these documents, you can see. Okay, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Diane. So yeah, you can see the association. So right here it says Winogako and king, an Indian king son to Abaco. Okay, I think it's supposed to be in without the D. So it's giving you names right now. So he is the son of Abaco, which we saw earlier. This is a couple of years later. Okay. So you see the Richard Teat on here as well, which we saw that he was one of the Indian kings. Okay, so people who are from the Teat family are related to this king from Maryland. And I don't know who Wino Gakko, what his name has been changed to. Okay, so this is basically, showing what they put together in this documentation. Okay, let me see what else on here. And here he is again. It says King and Governor of the Abaco Indians and his queen, one part of John Bannock and John Bannock. Okay, so all these people who they're saying John Bannock as well, because they put John Jno dot sometimes, which is like y'all might as well spell it out if y'all doing three letters on here. Yeah, Winogako, right? Yeah, it's that same dialect. That's the Nanticoke, which is very, like I was saying earlier, is very similar to the Powhatan language. Right. So here's John Brannock again on here. So we know that he's an Indian. And, possibly later we'll see with the Winnegago, with their surname, probably something to do with the Abaco, because that's their tribe and their lineage. Certain twist on that. Okay. Let's see what else on here. Because this is a lot of documentation. So, I got my Patreon up. I'll try to put these links in the Patreon so y'all can see it, whoever wants to get in it. I'll put it on the lowest level. It's not that much. I don't have a high expensive Patreon. Whoever wants to support and have these documents, or you can find them yourself. You see it on the screen. Ain't nobody hiding nothing. All right. So this one right here. So this is another example in genealogy when you look through these things. Okay. So you see Winnebago, this name, and then you see alias Anok Notun. Okay. So you'll see a lot of times that some of these people are actually the same people. They're just using a different name. Now you'll start seeing that, especially with the Indians, in documentation. Once we start getting more land, you'll see a certain name, a surname. It'll be like, this one you see, it says William Kirk. It'll be William Kirk, aka William Nelson or something. But that's the same person. So when you're doing your genealogy, your family might come up with a totally different name because the whole family changed their name. And that was part of our culture. We weren't so attached to names as the Europeans were. You can see right here is collinsfactor.com, Choptank. But I was just going to put these things in my Patreon because it's up. So I'm going to post that stuff in the morning. Well, it's already morning. Let's see. All right, this is an indentured. All right. Okay, so let's read this one. This is August 13th. They didn't get a lot of stuff done in August, I'm telling you. That good weather. It says this indenture made the 13th day of August on the 3rd year of the reign of our sovereign Lady Anne, by the grace of God of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland, Queen, etc. In the year of our Lord God, 1704. Yeah, 1704. Between Winnebago, otherwise called, here's the alias again, Onukaknatum, ruler and king of the Abaco Indians, and Nakyusk and Pachyuski, the ruler of the Swampy Indians. You see all these names? Right, they dropping the E off. Right, it makes, like I was telling y'all, that makes a different frequency. Okay, the E is important in a lot of these. It'll change the meaning of the word too. And Patasuski, ruler of the Tisquacino Indians. So we saw the Tisquacino and a couple of other documents up at the beginning. One of the one party and Thomas E. Nels of Dorchester in the province of Maryland. Okay, so this Thomas guy, he's one of the Indians as well. Witness that the aforesaid, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so when Akako and the aforesaid, I'm not going to say all the names again. Okay, let me just read it then. When Akako and the aforesaid Luksk, Yusk, and Pachayusk, and aforesaid Patasuski, of their own mere motion, and with the full and free unanimous consent. Okay, so they got their consent of all the Indians under them, for and in consideration of the sum of 6,000 pounds of tobacco, 40 pounds sterling money, and 320 match coats to them. This is a lot. This is like millions of dollars back then. Listen to how much money that is. To them in the hand, paid or otherwise secured to be paid before the unsealing and delivery of these presents. The receipt, okay, to make sure to get the receipt thereof is hereby acknowledged, and of every part and parcel thereof they do exonerate, acquit, release, and forever discharge the aforesaid. Okay, so this is what they're about to give up. Yeah, they wanted all this stuff. Like, y'all want that many coats? 320 coats. So they making sure they lace the whole tribe with the coats. 320 coats. Now, match coat is the actual, this is the word that coats come from, and that is an Algonquian word, match coats. Okay. So the coats that we wear, we call coats. Y'all know they ain't had no coats like that. We had coats. So the whole word for coats came from us. So they're asking these people for 320 coats. That's a lot. Imagine how much y'all pay for a coat. You paying $200-$300 for a coat nowadays. Back then, it took a long time for people to sew a coat up from hand. So that's a lot of craftsmanship and all that. Yeah, so that's a lot of money. Okay. Where is this at? So this is what they about to get. It says Thomas and Nails, his heirs, executors, and administrators, by these presents, have given, granted, and bargained, sold, alienated, or let's say alienated, alienated, infifid, excuse me, and confirmed, and for themselves, their heirs, successors, and their Indians do give, grant, bargain, sell, alien, F-offs, and confirm unto the foresaid Thomas E. Nails, okay, his heirs and assigns forever by the name of Nails. Okay, so this Nails family are Indians, they're saying. You said quality and quantity, right? Purchase part of a certain tract of land that was formerly given unto our predecessors, Abaco, Haswap, and Tisquacino, and their heirs, etc., by a certain act of assembly entitled in an act for the continuance of peace and with the protection of our neighbors, neighboring Indians, and the Choptank River, situate, lying, and being in Dorchester County. Okay, so they're basically making Thomas buy land that they had already just gotten from other Indians. Okay, which is crazy, right? So they're trying to get over, basically. Beginning at the mouth of Little Creek, blah, blah, blah. So they just give me the address right there. Okay, let me see what else is on here. Okay, together with all the signature houses, buildings, lands, tenements. So everything on that land is going to be owned by Thomas. Okay. And all the Winnaco and all of them is the successors are Indians. Okay. So they're showing you all these indigenous people on these papers, right? Give and they take and they turn around and pimp us. This is exactly what they did, okay? Because these people want to be laced in their Easter coats or whatever. they want to be laced in their Nicomo coats for the winter ceremonies. They gave up all that stuff. They're getting prepared in August at that. Who asked for coats in August? Doesn't that sound crazy? Y'all really trying to get prepared for this ceremony, which we call Christmas now, the Comos. All right. So this day, I'm sorry, I saw the screen just change. Winnecago and all them before us did acknowledge that within mention Thomas and Nails the above bargain and sale according to the true interest and meaning thereof to be their act and deed. Okay, so this is the official original deed here. Okay. And it says Jacob Lockerman, Walter Campbell, John Taylor, Joseph Nails, to all people to whom these present writing shall come know, that we, the Choptank Indians, whose names are hereunto subscribed, do by these presents acknowledge and declare that within deed of efferment of bargain and sale was by our governors and rulers. Okay, Winnecago, they're listing the rulers and governors. Duke Gayuski, Patchuski, Patasuki, made and confirmed within Thomas and Nails by and with every of our assets, consents, and advice. And we do further by these presents ratify and confirm all and every part of the article of within the indentured and bargain of sale, and also do own and declare that we have recorded, right? They're making it known that they own it and they're recording it, of our full portions of the within consideration for the whole dismissed land. Dismissed, excuse me. Herein dismissed and sold unto within Thomas and Nails and his heirs assigns forever. Okay, so they sold this piece of land to Thomas and Nails, which we saw up there that he was another Indian. Okay, he's just colonized, I guess. And I have all these names on here. These are the indigenous names. Wooden Hockey, George Adawisi, Atatoan, Queen Mihaski, Mihaskis Kihau, Tacos, Tokas, Wampatown, Armstrong, Alquasho, Esquipatan, Push Shisk, P. Squas Satam, Mr. William Chopatomac, Ahaimati, Old Tom Tyke House, Ahiwasuski, Anahigaus, Amato Warset, Padius Simos, I'm sorry, Aman Nu Solmus, Awit Tinus, Wikompis, Nakapan Nuski, Tins, Mahi Housos, At Squash, Ad Kate Mosco. Look, it says cat and mouse. Ichikanata, I'm sorry, Ichikanota, Keepscow, Chakwanosik, Pumi Namupus. Okay, so those are some of the names of these people. What year is this? This is 1704. Yeah, I know it's late. I'm up. I'm like, I'm gonna try something different. I don't even know how long I've been on here. So yeah, this is 1704. It's August 17. And that's why I was like, why are they trying to get these? They getting ready for this Nikomos holiday early in August, asking for 300 coats. Right? Who does that? Like, they're trying to be laced early. They're trying to be laced early. Oh man. So this is a whole, y'all can find this stuff. I'll put it on the free part of the Patreon, matter of fact. So y'all have that link. I'm on my phone and then I'm on my computer, so I don't have the link on my phone to send it to y'all. Okay. So yeah, it's a lot of stuff. So this person, who was this? William Watson is talking about, he said land, a tract of land which I bought of the Indians. So he bought it from the Indians. So this page is just talking about all the legal documentation and legal contracts that the Indians, you got your T, the Indians got from the the Indians made with these colonizers. So you can see it wasn't like they were just getting railroad, and they try to act like they were just getting taken advantage of. These people were fighting wars, like I told you, bloody battles against these people, right? The Indians were. And then they're also putting their legal authority out there on these people, saying, this is the ownership that we have here. Okay, this is how you do it. So, okay, we're going to do it your way and put our authority down just to make sure that we're covered on all ends. And it's just like, how did that not go through? Like, how's it the way it is now? And it comes down, like I was saying, they blacking us out. They African American us out, and whatever else the categories they're putting everybody in. They mulattoed us out on a documentation, okay? So you can probably find these people, Pan Squash, and all these other people on here. They're going to be later in other documentations, their descendants, probably listed as mulatto, Negro, all types of stuff, okay? So this one just acknowledging these two guys. This is 1719. This Pan Quash and Atta Toquin, great men of the Nanticoke. And all these are in Maryland. This is all in Maryland, okay? And then they got interpreter Anthony complaining that there's a white man named Roger Fowler that's made a settlement within the bounds of their land at Checkacombe. See, they're this is intelligence right here. They're documenting every discrepancy of the original contracts that they made with these people, right? So just like if you in a contract, like if you're in contract with a construction worker, somebody messes up the drywall, you're going to make a documentation of that. So if they don't want to give you your money back or fix it or whatever, you have the information when you have to go to the courts, you know. It says that the English bring strong drink to the towns and sell it among their Indians to their great prejudice. You know what they trying to do. They're trying to get people off their game with the liquor, you know. That's why we've got a liquor store on every corner in the hood, right? Got to make sure, even out in the country, they got to make sure they got a liquor store out there. Like, y'all got Walmart and a liquor store and a bank. It's like, y'all don't got shopping, nothing else, but make sure you got a liquor store and a Walmart out there, right? Yes, they blacked us out literally and figuratively, right? That's what the black is. That's what it means. You're an inanimate object, right? When we going around talking about we black and proud, we are an inanimate object with no, you know, legal rights and feelings and proud, you know. And, you know, James Brown knew his roots too, so I don't think he had bad intentions on that. But we got lost in the sauce. We got lost in the sauce. Oh, what's up, Warfare K? Appreciate you. So, yeah, you see that. They were trying to set folks up. They're encroaching on the land they know they weren't supposed to be doing, and they trying to give out some liquor to soothe it over, you know, so they can get away with that mess. Okay, so this is a whole bunch of stuff. Let me go back into the other documentations, okay? I got some PDFs right here. This is Wine. How do you spell his name? I mean, how do you say his name? Wainakako, okay? And no, this is the same guy that we just saw, just spelled different, the Wainakako. So he's a Choptank Indian chief. It's not that many pages, so I can, let me zoom in because I know it looks smaller on the screen for y'all. Oops, now I can't even see. Okay. And blah, blah, blah. Nobody cared about Thomas Jefferson. In 1792, a band of Algonquin-speaking Indians was still living in the vicinity of Cambridge, Maryland, on the eastern shore of the Chesapeake Bay. And then on September 18th, 1792, Dr. William Vance Murray, a Cambridge physician, wrote to Thomas Jefferson describing these Indians. And I actually went to Monticello, I think it was last year. It was right before COVID. I went to Monticello. And right when you walk in there, because before we got in there, they told us we couldn't take pictures, we couldn't videotape because it might destroy stuff and all this BS, and they don't have the copyright to this. Like, how can you have a copyright to an actual statue? It sounds crazy. But anyways, when you walk in there, they have this big statue of, it says an Indian statue of this guy. And he clearly is a brother. He looked like Warfare K. Okay, if you look at his picture, he looked just like him, the nose and everything, like when you walked in. And he had like a low cut as well. So clearly it wasn't one of these Tontos and Geronimos. Okay, he clearly was a brother, and they had that statue right there. And that was in Thomas Jefferson's house. Now, we know Thomas Jefferson, he was in the woods at night, if y'all know what I'm talking about. So he was using a lot of our stuff to do whatever he was trying to do spiritually. Right. If you go, I don't know, see, after COVID, they said they taken a lot of that stuff away. So I don't know if it's still there. And I couldn't, like I said, they wouldn't let you, they had a security guard in there, so they won't let you take a picture. And I try to sneak and get a camera, but you know, them dang people be like, they don't, you know what I'm saying, them sandal wearers, ones that wear shorts in winter, they be standing in front of stuff. And I'm like, excuse me, but if I say it again louder, then I will get in trouble. You say hair where's for. Oh. But that wasn't the only one, y'all. That was just the biggest one, y'all. That was the biggest, and it was bronze in color. Like, it was a brown statue. Let me make sure he was brown. Y'all laughing. But they had other stuff throughout in there, but we couldn't take pictures. And I think I might have an audio recording because we were trapping the lady. We were asking, she wasn't on her stuff, but we were asking her questions. And I was there by myself, but there was other melanated people who were asking the lady questions and she couldn't answer it. All right. So, but yeah, I was telling the lady, I had to tell the tour guide, I'm like, Monticello is on top of a big mound. And she didn't know what the heck was going on. I was like, yeah, this used to be a town, an Indian town. And she was like, well, I don't know. I asked her, do you know anything about the town that was here? She was like, I didn't even know it was the town here. And she didn't know anything. But like, yeah, bronze color. You know what bronze looks like? It's a burnished bronze. You know what they say in the Bible that Jesus looked like? Burnished bronze or brass. That's what it looked like. And there was a Mississippian. They said it was a Mississippian statue. Okay, Mississippians are the mound builders. Yeah, you said I'm moving and grooving. I sound like I'm moving and grooving, right? Exactly. Yep, it looked like you warfare. But yeah, let me get back to this. I have some footage from the outside of Monticello, so I might be able to put a video together. I was supposed to do it last year, but I'll do it once I get some more receipts on the town because them people that work there don't know nothing about it. So I was waiting to get some more information on the town. But anyways, it says there were 9 left in the band, one of whom a Mrs. Mulberry. Okay, so people who have the Mulberry surname is part of this Algonquin-speaking tribe. You said that's Revelations 5:6. Okay. So Mrs. Mulberry was, and she was called the Queen, and was described as a widow of an Indian known as Colonel. So y'all see, they list the they talk about our queens a lot as well, and it wasn't like our queens were not lesser than the king. You know what I'm saying? It's whoever was able to take that role, which most of the times it was men in the position of king or ruler of the tribe, but it wasn't a prejudice against a woman if she was the most qualified. But you know, every woman didn't want to do that position. Some of them had other things within tribal council and things like that they were doing. Okay, it says 9 Indians were living at a place called Locust Neck on the headwaters of the Choptank River. So these were Choptanks or Choptanks. Dr. Murray also transmitted a vocabulary of the tribe, so some of the language, now preserved in the archives of American Philosophical Society in Philadelphia, which was published by Brinton. And it was later examined critically by Speck, this is William Speck, and augmented with Nanticoke words gathered from Canadian sources. Okay, see, this is where the problem comes in hand when you have them splicing and mixing our language. Just because they think something is similar doesn't mean it's the same. You can't really do that. And then from Canadian sources, they're going to speak a totally different dialect. It might be Algonquin, but it's going to be a different dialect than Tidewater Algonquin. We ain't, like I said, we didn't speak like that. And them Canadians, you know, they mixed in with them Siberians more. And them Russians and all of them. Okay, so it says on the margins of the transcript, there are 2 longhand notes in Murray's handwriting. Let's see, which are of immediate interest. And the first is as follows. When Nyako is the last king crowned, which is very important, he's the last crowned king of the Nanticoke. And he died, which is talking about the Choptank. And he died as past 80 years since. And his body was preserved and very formally kept in the Kwaskasan house or the Chiokasan house. So what you got to figure out where that is, right? It's probably some mound up there in Maryland. Right. Similarity is not the same, especially not for them dang on Canada. Y'all already know how them Canadians is, they're a little different. Like I said, they mixed in with the Russians and stuff earlier. Some of the tribes, not all of them. Okay, taken at Locust Neck Town, the remains of an ancient Indian town on Goose Creek, Choptank River, in Dorset, Maryland. 5 wigwams and a board house with a glass window now form the whole that is left. I don't know if they spelled whole right. The whole that is left of the Nanticoke tribe was in 100 years since numerous and powerful. Many of them migrated to the Six Nations about 25 years since. Okay, so that's a clue right there to where some of the people went. They went up to New York. They joined in with the Six Nations, Iroquois, which is very odd, being that the Six Nations were enemies of these Algonquian tribes. But some people, I guess, they got to the point where that was the safest place for them to be and still remain Indians in their culture. You know, you say you got to spend some time. Yeah, Maryland's a nice, especially Eastern Shore is very beautiful. I rode through the Eastern Shore. I actually went that way to go down to the Accomack event that the Chief Lyron Lisa had, or Guardian Lisa, I'm sorry, she doesn't like to be called Chief. Guardian Lisa had for the Accomack tribe this past fall. So it was very beautiful over there in that area. Let me see. What else is this saying? Their words were principally taken from a squaw, which means woman or queen, called Miss Mulberry. So we see the word squaw and we see the word queen on the other side here, referring to Miss Mulberry. And she's the widow of the late chief who was the colonel. No king having succeeded their famous Winnecaco, who died 75 years since. So basically, they're saying that her husband, the colonel, was not crowned as the chief or the king. So the annual event, yes, they have the event. The Accomack hosts that event every year around October. Very nice. A lot of us get together. It's very, very beautiful. Beautiful time. Usually Carrie Davis is out there as well. Gabriel Rich, a whole bunch of people. Okay, Winnecaco, who Murray pronounced a Nanticoke Indian, has been frequently mentioned in ethno-historical literature. Okay, yeah, he's very prominent. Britain speaks of Winnecaco as the last head chief or crowned king of the Nanticoke. Okay, so we saw that he was the main one that was putting a lot of the legal documentation out to protect the tribe. Let's see what else they got. Is something missing here? It says, Speck comments on the similarity of the Speck and his similarity. He needs to stop. Similarity of the name to that of the Kanoi chief of the 1777 called Willakuku. Y'all see the Willakuku? This is similar to that same Mayan dialect with the Kukulkau and all those other people down in the Yucatan or down in Mexico with similar pronunciations. We can't go by transliteration. You gotta go by how it sounds. Can't go how it's spelled. Excuse me. All right. So we know, some of the people know that the Piscataway have a whole tribe called the Connoy Band of the Piscataway. So I'm gonna get into that in the other video. And like I said, a lot of those people ended up in slavery, and those people were in those breeding farms. So I'm gonna get into that. And their children were sent away down the river to New Orleans and to Georgia and other places as slaves. Okay. The resemblance in the forms of the names given in the records is based upon interchangeable characteristics of phonics and variations of Algonquin tongues. Okay, let me see if I can find some of the surnames on here. Let's see, are these people? Let's see. It's one name. Here's a Una Cox Simon. Unicoca Simmon. Okay. And we know we got a lot of Simmons. We got a lot of our people with that surname Simmons. You're going to hit the mounds. Yeah, there's still mounds. There's definitely still mounds left in Virginia, Maryland, North Carolina. They're not all the time marked. Like there's still some like on the reservation or reserved land, like Pamunkey. We have one there, and that's Chief Howerton or Chief One Hansanaka. He is actually buried in there, and I think Coco Eski, I think she's buried in there as well. I visited that. I think I have footage somewhere. Like I got all this footage everywhere, but because I'm not good at editing as I want to be, a lot of stuff is on the cutting room table. But I'm gonna try to put some of these things together. Especially now, I got a new computer that's a lot more powerful than my old trash. Yes. So here's another name. O Hoper O Hoperoon. That's another one. All right. Let's see. Panquas. We already saw Panquas before. I'm trying to see if there's any surnames in these documentation. But basically they're just breaking down the tribe and the few people that are left in the tribe on this one. I know it's getting late, so I don't want to be dwelling on some of this. I'll put this in the now this one is from the paid site, so I'll put this on the Patreon too. Let's see. Here they go asking for these dang on match codes again for 40 match codes. Okay, and they have Queen Nika with Niha Cash. Queen need her cash. Queen need her cash. It sound like Niha Cash. She need her cash, y'all. You said, yeah, my sister is a Simmons. Right, but just this what I was talking about the Chicarter. You see how they take the names and they flip it. How many Simmons is really over there in England? Like seriously, how many Carters are in England? They're taking our names and flipping it, and then they're taking it for themselves and acting like we got them for being slaves and being violated by a master and all this crazy stuff that was not the story of everybody. Yeah, it may have happened to some people, but that's not how we all got our names. Right, she need her cash. Queen need her cash. I like that name. It's cute. Let's see what else is on here. I was about to go on a tirade. We have Betty Carco over here. Parmenta Sink. Now Parmenta. That sounds like a hood name. Yeah, need her cash. She said I heard that. Parmenta. Y'all know that sound hood right there. That sound like our people for sure. Since the Indian women were referred to as Parmita Sink or Pamitasak, Queen of the Hard Swamps, and Betty Carco, Queen of Abaco Indians. 12 Indians signed this transfer with their marks. So y'all see that, like I said, the women were not under nobody. They were equals. The women and men are equals. They worked together. They didn't disrespect each other because that's a violation. You disrespect women, it's a violation. And you disrespect men, it's a violation. Okay? So we weren't that, with the gender thing, we weren't limiting people. And a lot of stuff the women might not want to do, just like the men don't want to be doing certain things, sewing dresses and whatever the heck. I don't know what special thing the women did. The men didn't, because the men did do a lot of fashion now. That's one thing our men did do. They did sew moccasins, and they made sure their clothes was fresh. This is what they did after dinner or waiting for dinner to be finished, So it's a Utamata Makin. Oh, you see that one on there? Yeah. So it wouldn't that I can't think of, I don't have too many drinks. I can't think of what the Uta means right now. Mata means like a very great or supreme. Pocahontas' sister's name Mata Channa. Now Mata Channa she was a very, her and her husband, they both were chiefs, okay? You said Rihanna. So Madachana was both chiefs. Her name is like Supreme something. I forget what the Chana means. But she was like she was a medicine person. She was a conjurer. She was very, her and her husband was actually, his job was like a priest. So he was one of the top people in the priesthood. So when Pocahontas went over, I think I told y'all before in the Pocahontas video. So when Pocahontas went over with John Ralph, little sneaky butt, and her son, when they went over to, oh no, her son stayed actually. But when her and her husband went over to England, she was strategic in bringing Matachana and Matachana's husband. And I think his name is Utamakan or something like that. It's Utamakan. He, I'll find it out later. I might do a video just on them. But yeah, she was strategic in bringing them two people for protection. But somehow something was off with them. I think maybe they were poisoned as well, because that protection that they had over Pocahontas didn't work. So when Pocahontas ate the dinner, the poison killed her. Okay, but the poison did not kill them for some reason. That's probably why, because they were medicine people, you know. Oh, Udamata Makin was her husband. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I knew the Uda part. I didn't know the rest, right? And then the place that they lived in was Uta Music. Uta Music. And that's one of the spiritual places that um, we did a lot of protection work and stuff. That's where they actually had like some of the ancestors in these buildings. It's a whole lot. I can't get into all that right now. Right, exactly. Flamethrower. He was a priest and she was a herbal healer, and they both were, you know. Then they were chiefs on top of that. Okay, so they were chiefs, and they had their family on top of that. And I believe both of them had other husbands and wives too. Okay, so that's the stuff that we don't talk about. So the husband had other wives, and she had other husbands. But anyways, we getting back to the Choptank. We're all off here. We see they're mentioning Betty again on here. Now I thought they would have more prominent surnames on this one, so I'm gonna try to skip over some of this. Oh, you see Tom Bishop on here though, so you see Bishop as one of the surnames. Clabo or Clabo. So our languages are important and beautiful and hold so much power, right? Because the like I said, the phonics, the frequency, they have a spiritual meaning, like Uta Muzak, I can feel it in my stomach right when I said it. It has a spiritual frequency to it, positive for us. It might not be positive for them, but positive for us. Okay, and Mulberry, we see that surname. Okay, this Mrs. Mulberry person. So let's see, what is this talking about? Talking about some Negroes. Hold on. Let me read this. It says the next chronological reference to these Indians was that of Murray in 1792, already cited. On April 6, 1799, 7 years after Murray's visit, there remained only 5 of the 9 Indians he observed, all bearing English names with here's the surname, with no suggestion of their native nomenclature. Excuse me. Okay, here's the names. They were Mary Mulberry, her son Henry Mulberry, Henry Sixpence. And I know one of y'all kept asking me about the sixpence before in one of the chats. I remember that one because it stood out, and I was like, yeah, I saw it somewhere, but couldn't remember where I saw it. So you see, that's a Choptank surname. Thomas Joshua and Esther Henry. Marr deduces from her name that Esther Henry may have had Negro blood. Okay, you see how they trying to spin this stuff? She may have had she was a Negro. Stop it. Mary Mulberry was undoubtedly the Mrs. Mulberry of Murray and the wife of the Indian Mulberry called Colonel. It seems that the strain has now been erased, quote unquote, having been last reliably observed by the historian Boozman at East New Market near Locust Neck in 1837. The writer recently made a reconnaissance to Cambridge and the vicinity and interviewed many elderly persons, both white and Negro, in search of the descendants of these last 5 Choptank Indians. Not a few colored persons living in East New Market today have non-Negroid facial characteristics. Of course. What? It is not uncommon. Hold on, let me go back up here. It's not uncommon to encounter a Negro with thin lips, aquiline nose, and wide zygomatic span, or to see another with straight hair and a light complexion. It is tradition among older Negroes that a long time ago, some of their people married Locust Neck Indians. Some of the present colored population has sufficient Indian blood to be of significance racially. And in fact, none interviewed made positive claim to Indian ancestry. No one named Mulberry was found, and no trace of descendants bearing the names of other Indians cited in the documents. So you see, they trying to play us on this one. They're really trying to play. They're really trying to play on it. Right, you see the truth right there. They're saying the last ones that they saw was this Negro woman, but then they try to play around talking about the bringing up straight hair and light complexion and stuff as if that's the only look for Indians, right? So they're playing game. First, they said the color population has significant Indian blood to be of significance racially, but then they say none claim to have Indian ancestry. Yes, because you told them they were Negroes, right? Isn't that the trick right there? You told them that they're Negroes just because they don't have Miss Mulberry's surname. Miss Mulberry could have had daughters. And then they married men with a different surname, right? They could have only had daughters. So how would they still have the Mulberry surname? That's why this genealogy is important. That's why you have to know the genealogy. Because a certain family can have all daughters. That don't make them not Mulberry family. Right, the caste system. Everybody, yeah, all the Indians were not light skinned with straight hair and aquiline noses and thin lips. There's dark skinned people with thin lips, with straight hair. It didn't all, go that way. It doesn't make them not Indians because they don't have straight hair and dark skin. That's ridiculous. Okay, so basically, let's see the conclusion. Blah, 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 blah. It's been shown that the writers who have called Winnenago a Nanticoke emperor or Nanticoke king have used both words loosely. Winnenago resided in the Choptank River and was a sanctum of one of 3 Choptank Indian bands named for his father, Abaco, who did not merit title to emperorship. Winnenago succeeded Abaco as the leader of the band and thus inheriting his father's chieftaincy. Okay, blah, blah, blah. So, Winnenago and the 9 so-called Nanticokes, you see how they're trying to dismiss them and diminish their heritage, call them so-called quote unquote Nanticodes. Like they ain't really who they are. Of 1792 were not politically affiliated with the true Nanticoke tribe, but were the remains of the Choptank, which we knew, Thus, the vocabulary collected by Dr. Murray and reprinted by Brenton, which has been accepted as illustrative of the Nanticoke tongue, must be reclassified as a Choptank vocabulary, at least until it is proven by both the Nanticoke and the Choptank spoke identical dialects, which is highly probable. Right, these colonists, right. Colorists and colonists. And then they try to dismiss everything. Like, come on. We also learned that Wanako and other contemporary Choptank chiefs and their predecessors negotiated land sales without intervention by other Indians, thus exercising local autonomy, which we saw earlier, on the Choptank River. Land was sold by these chiefs with the common consent of their followers. Okay, so how come they're doing all this? How come they're not who they say they are? I'm saying, if they legally could do all that stuff. See, this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to diminish people. They're trying to say there was none left. And that's why these legally binding documents that when Nako and his tribe and his people have signed, they're trying to say that's null and void, basically. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what they're doing. The succession of descent among the Choptank was seemingly patrilineal. Now they're trying to say they're patrilineal. And either a son or a daughter could inherit the father's position of land right. Feminine right to nobility, however, was recognized, and the names of 4 queens are recorded. Nita Cash, Betty Kako, Pammy Tasuk, and Miss Mulberry. Okay, so here's some other names over here. You see the signers were Hoping Sam over here on this left side, Abram, John Quash, Priscilla, John Pike. So these are some of the Indians. Sarah Bishop, Nancy, Tom Bishop, Mulberry, Jamie, James Cohonk, and Thomas Owen. So here's some more of the surnames. Owens. Owens is one of the surnames from Maryland. From a description of the mortuary treatment of Wanakako's corpse, there's evidence that the custom of preserving the remains of a dead chief in a Chiakasan house was a cultural trait of the Choptank. So that's their own culture. Through the legal records of 1704 to 1799, the names of the Choptank Indians undergo a gradual angelizing, and the number of signers decreases. So we know they did that on purpose. In 1837, we have a contemporary observation of their status as of that year. And finally, the writer's recent field trip points to the conclusion that the blood of Miss Mulberry and other Chimp Indians has been absorbed by the local Negro population. Okay, so the Choptank Indians have turned into the Negro population. You see it right there. Negro population. Make it bigger. It's going to the side. Negro population. Hold on. You see it right there. Okay. So that's all you really need to know with that. I'm going to try to collect all these surnames as well. Did some research on the Piscataway, like I said, so I'm going to have the Piscataway and their surnames up. Try to get that out this week as well. Let's see what else we got on the Choptanks. All right, this one's about the Nanticoke. Okay, Abaco tribe here. Let's see if I can zoom in on this one. It says they were Eastern Algonquin tribe or sub-tribe. Got all these weird spellings. Abaca originally lived on the Choptank River in Maryland when first encountered by Europeans. Let me make this bigger so you can read this because I see it looking small on there. They were first mentioned by Thomas Bacon in his Laws of Maryland, published in 1765, as having been connected with the Hassawap and the Tequissimo as a distinct tribe. Later, historians believed them to be a division of the Choptank tribe, which consisted of 3 divisions: the Abaco, Hatsawap, and the Tisquasimo. I'm sorry, I said it right earlier. They were not mentioned in John Smith's documents of his exploration of the Chesapeake Bay in the early 1600s. By 1837, the entire tribe had dwindled down to a few individuals of quote-unquote mixed Indian and African blood. Okay, y'all. Right, right, Diane. They telling us their history with a forked tongue. You see how they trying to flip it? Now they're trying to claim that the last ones were mixed with African. Okay. They have absolutely no proof of that. Abaca was the name of one of the chiefs or wererances of the Choptank Indians when the earliest white settlers arrived. He and his people lived in the area extending from Sand Hill Point, west of Cambridge, to Eldon Curly Booney Brook, including present-day Cambridge, the land for which the English paid 40 match coats to the Indians. I don't know what's up. They must have some bad. They must have some good match coats. Like them things. They had to have some drip on the match coats for them selling all this land for them things. It probably was fur too, right? Have them fur coats. Them old Earth, Wind, and Fire Isley Brother fur coats on. The name of their king soon began to be used by the settlers to indicate the band of people that he led and even his village, King Abaco's town. Right, they chewed up the meat and spit out the bone. You said maybe Black Europeans, which were Africans, basically could be. But they sure want them coats, though. They want them Isley Brother coats. You said they actually have similar snake 2 tongues, and they tell some truths and some lies to keep us confused. Exactly. You know, it's all for but that's the European culture. They're for self-survival. It's really self-survival. It's not even for the whole group. You know, you would think they'd be looking out for all their own European people, but they don't even do that. So it's certain people who dominate the other people, the other European people, and then then they dominate us. You know, when the whites arrived, the Baco probably enumerated around 1,600 persons, along with the other 2 chiefs of the Choptanks, Hassawap and they keep changing and spelling this person's name, Tequissino. Abaco signed the first treaty with the settlers in 1669, which I showed y'all, and in 1671 signed the act granting the Choptank Reservation in McAllister. And in 1676, along with Hassawap and Tisquissino, Chief Abaco acted as a mediator between the English and the Nanacoke Emperor Una Coca Simmons. Una Coca Simmons. So you see the Simmons again right there. Okay. You see that Simmons surname again appearing. At the time of the signing of the treaty in 1669, the Choptanks were menaced by the Delawares, the Minquas, who had formed an alliance with the remnants of the Wiccamissis. Their principal enemies, however, were the Senecas, which are the Mingos, Northern Indians. But see, that's the crazy part, because didn't they say that these people ended up going back to the Six Nations, where the Miquas and the Mingos, Seneca, all these tribes came from, their enemies? Isn't that crazy? So it's like they got to the point with the white folks, or whatever you want to call them, Europeans, because they weren't all pale. They got to the point where they got fed up with them that they would even go and join their enemies. You know, that's crazy. Oh, thank you, Eris. Yeah, no problem. All right, much love. Thank you for watching. Yeah, check out her channel too, the American Eris. She has a lot of good information, and see, she's getting the ball rolling. She does a lot more videos than I do. I need to get on videos more, but yeah, she's kind of inspiring me to start doing some more videos more often. Okay, so let's get back to this. And it said that the Senecas, or Mingos, who made prisoners of the Choptanks and carried them off, probably for adoption. No, we know they carried them off to slavery to sell them. Why would they come? Who steals people to adopt them? What in the? It's not like a Lifetime movie. So they came and stole people. What in the Lifetime movie is going on? So they stole people to adopt them. I mean, it did happen, but like at this point in time, with the colonizers doing their thing and buying people, most likely they sold they might have kept some of the women to adopt, but they sold a lot of them people. Halito Aphrodisiac, peace. They sold a lot of these people. They know they did. Okay, in 1683, some 14 Choptanks were returned to their homes on the intercession of the English. Okay, so the English allies came and got them. But others seem to have been retained, excuse me. About this time, a daughter of the king Abaco was released. In 1681, Chief Abaco was asked by the Nanticoke Tayak to join him in a war on the English, an offer which he declined. After the death of Abaco, his son, why I say song? His son, Nekwawantan, yeah, I said it right, Nekwawantan, and Chief Tisquasinos, I keep messing his name up, were consulted by the English as to the election of an emperor of the Nanticokes. Their chief in 1701 was Winakako, after whose death circa 1720, his people became more and more dissatisfied within the limits of their reservation. Some people began to move away to new homes in greater forests with broad hunting grounds and more game, further away from the whites who continuously invaded their reservation and influenced their young people to adopt more vices and virtues. Basically came with that liquor. And y'all know Maryland got them drive-through liquor stores now. They just got them in the hood. Oh, you're good. It wasn't really scheduled. Miss Sugar Baker, it wasn't really scheduled. So yes, the American Heiress is amazing. She's amazing. Y'all need to subscribe. Okay, let's see. When all the Choptanks were living on their reservation, their distinctions between the bands rapidly began to disappear. All mention of the Tisquinos as a separate group ceased after 1722, and the Hattaswap are not mentioned after 1727. So the Hattaswap. You said get into the meat of it. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Stephen. So the Hattaswaps were not mentioned after that. So no WAP, no wapping. They were called the Two Nations, it says. In the deed of November 1726, the Abaco and the Hassawat were called the Two Nations. After the death of her father, Chief Wananakako, Betty Kako became chief, and her name appears as such in the deed dated 1722. She was still queen in April 1727, when her name was given as Betty Carco over her ex on a deed. Sadly, she is to be remembered as the leader who sold off much of which was left of the Choptank Indian Reservation. She probably was getting that liquor they was bringing, them vices that they were bringing over there. Soon after the reservation had been granted to them, the Choptanks began selling it off in lots to settlers. And that was her butt. That was Betty doing that mess. From 1692 to 1720, most of the reserve had been sold in 14 separate deals. And this is from the Maryland Archives. In 1719, an Indian named Tom Bishop, I showed y'all Bishop was one of the surnames, complained to the Maryland Assembly on behalf of the Choptank Indians that the English had encroached greatly upon the lands of his people, so that they are now driven into a small, narrow neck called Locust Neck. In 1755, the Choptanks were described as reduced to a small number, chiefly old, crippled, and sickly. Alito Orlando. Diseases of the Europeans brought to the Indians inadvertently, and to which the Native Americans had little or no resistance, probably were the major cause of Choptank deaths. That's what they always try to say diseases. When we just saw the other document said that the Choptanks turned into the Negro community. We just saw that, right? Finally, as their lands dwindled, subsistence became difficult, and many doubtlessly died of malnutrition, which also left them more prone to disease. Aside from the quote-unquote gifts of the whites of tuberculosis and smallpox and venereal diseases, and chronic alcoholism also took its deadly toll. Yeah, that's from them not washing the tails, the venereal diseases and stuff. It said, Little Bear is asleep. That's why I'm up right now reading this. Little Bear is asleep. I'm about to get off. It's almost 3. But yeah, Little Bear is asleep. How long I've been on here, y'all? I've been on here a long time. Let me get through this. So we're gonna have to speed through this one. I'm looking at the time. So some of the Choptanks probably left also. We already saw that they left. They went up north or went out west. Even when game became so scarce as to be impossible to trap or hunt, the Choptanks stayed on the long pass when the neighbors had left, probably because they got along with the settlers so much better than the Nanticokes did. In 1792, William Vance Murray submitted a few ethnological notes and a vocabulary which had been collected at Locust Neck Town to Thomas Jefferson. We already read that. Oh, 2 hours? Okay, thank you. He stated that the tribe had dwindled to 9 persons living in 4 genuine old wigwams thatched over the cedar bark, and they were governed by a queen, Miss Mulberry. When Nakako, Chief Abako's son, and their last chief had died about 75 to 80 years before, his body was kept preserved in a mortuary house. Yeah, that's what I was talking about in Uta Music. Uta Music had a bunch of mortuary houses that had the body of ancestors preserved and drying out on racks. And if you look at like the old maps and stuff, they'll show you those the houses, not a wig. They're not called wigwams, but yeah, wigwams basically, or long houses where they have racks and racks and racks of these bodies laid out and dried out. Right, everybody hygiene. That's why they had they created that. The Europeans created them venereal diseases because they would go out and prostitute and whapping and not washing. Whapping and no washing. That's how they got venereal diseases. And they would just get, the disease would get more and more aggressive and bad. And so you have all that other stuff going on down there for people. In 1801, Mary Mulberry died and her 20 acres were sold by the states. See, this is what happened when Negroes ain't got no wills. How you just let 20 acres go to the state? You got to get that stuff in order. It's crazy that it came down to this, that all these people, her ancestors, did all this work with those legal documents you saw 200 years prior, just to have these people squander. And look, the women was the one that dropped the ball in this tribe. Miss Mulberry, Miss Betty, they just wilding out. In 1856, a Maryland Act states that the land set aside in 1799 for the Choptanks has long been deserted by them, and the race has become extinct. Didn't I tell you that's what they were trying to do? That's exactly what they try to do when they try to Negro wash the people, okay? They're trying to act like Negro was different from Indian, when those were the same people. And they said in those words that they were significantly Choptank Indians, right? So what they did was reclassify those Choptanks and say that they were Negro, so that they can go and take the rest of this land up. So all of that land is gone now. It's not reserved. Probably got a Walmart and a liquor store on it, you know? The land then lay in an unimproved and dilapidated condition and was sold. This is what they do. Y'all see in Chicago, that's what they're doing. They're trying to make the land unimproved and dilapidated. That's why they had the projects tore down to the ground so that they can come in and build Walmarts and Whole Foods, and they can move in these people, right? Gentrified people. And a small remnant was retained by the state and sold to the Dorchester County Board of Education. So they put up in these schools in April 7, 1870 for use for the public schools. Right. Yeah. You said your little one's sleeping. I know this is a time when you get a little bit of peace of mind. So I can get on here and study. And I was like, let me share this with y'all because I was already up studying anyways. Yeah, it's discussing lack of proper knowledge of herbs and botany and such. Right. Flamethrower. Killed with the pen. Yeah, they became Negroized, whatever, you blacked out, like I said earlier. And then they try to act like those people weren't. They'll tell you, yeah, they're significantly Indian, basically saying most of their blood is Indian, which they might have, like you said, a little bit European, melanated European mixed in there, like you were saying, flamethrower. But they're mostly Indian, and they know it, and they said it, but then they say, well, no, they're Negroes. So which one is it? Hey, Gwendolyn. So they're really trying to mix things up. You said, what did they use in payment? Was it similar to the nation's sold New York for $24? They told us on here what they used for payment. They were getting coats. These people kept ordering coats. 40 coats here, 320 coats there. Like, they're getting coats, they're getting stuff like that. That's what they were asking for. Coats and protection, probably got some guns and things like that. So that's what they wanted, and they were like, you sure you want that? So that's what they want. Okay, let me see if I can find some more in the Choptanks. There's nothing much on there. I'll do another Nancy Coke video on just I'm gonna do one of the Piscataway, one of the Nancy Coke, probably Minquois and Susquehannock. I'm gonna see what other ones I'm gonna do. maybe do all those this week. I'm going to do a video on the two-spirit stuff that was talked, because everybody keeps saying, well, I don't agree. It ain't the point of agreeing. It's the point that there's evidence and receipts, and there's oral history of that occurring here. So I'm going to put the receipts out. And y'all can, y'all don't have to agree with what these, that lifestyle. But it's the whole point of educating people. That is my whole point, educating, putting information out, and for people to have an understanding. Because we're really still we're still colonized. The way we all think is still colonized. So just give me an idea of how other people think. And it's not the same type of stuff, rainbow flag, that, even all people, homosexual people today don't agree with that group. So that's, they put a bad image out for people. Just because people are gay or lesbians don't mean they agree with LGBT, because that's just like the Black Lives Matter group. All of us don't agree with them. So, but anyways, what was I saying? I'm gonna do the video of that and have all the receipts, and I'm gonna put the receipts in the Patreon because some of those are the journal documents. There's no links to it. They're from the academic journals. So I have to put it on there. You said rent and royalty is due. Exactly. You see this tribe that had the original land patents, original deeds, and then they try to black them out and said that they don't exist, while at the same time saying that the Negro population had significant Indian blood in them, saying that they were mostly Indian blood. So which one is it? You know what I'm saying? They'll acknowledge someone who is mostly European blood, maybe 10 or less percent Indian, and say that person's a native or full Indian. But then Negroes who are mostly Indian, they're going to say that they're not Indian. It doesn't make sense. You said I'm filing to separate their assets. Go back to the treaties. Exactly. That's what I was saying earlier, Gwendolyn, the treaties and stuff. You see these documents. Now, this tribe is smart enough to get a lot of stuff on paper and have evidence and proof. So when these descendants, these people come back, what was the surnames again? Bishops, right? The bishops and the Mulberries and these different people who lived there. What was the other guy's name? I can't remember his name. But yeah, those people, once those people from that so-called Negro community wake up and know that this is them, then they're going to get somewhere, right? Hey, G Major. So that should be what people should be focusing on. People keep saying they want their land back, but they're not doing the work. And you see right here, this tribe has land right on the table that the state so-called took illegally, because they try to falsely claim that these people are extinct and they don't exist anymore. Okay, so that's these people from, I'm sorry for highlighting that stuff, these people from those surnames we saw, those are the owners of those deeds. Okay. Oh, okay. Appreciate it, Gwendolyn. Just send it to my email, theTashaXi@gmail.com. Let me see. I can put it in the chat. So this is when it comes. These are the real land patents that actually matter. Okay. Okay, Indian purchase. Let me try to make it bigger. Bigger. Indian purchase is a private home located in Greenpoint Road, overlooking Goose Creek at the Choptank River, just below Warwick River in Dorchester County. Indian purchase was built. Remember, I told you who from Dorchester County. Harriet Tubman, or what's it, Minty Ross, Aminta Ross. Indian Purchase was built 1750 by the Innails. Okay, remember we saw that Thomas Innail was an Indian on the document from the Innails family. It is so named as the land had been part of the Choptank Reservation, okay, and was known as Indian lands. Lot number 4, Chief Hatchawap, right, or Haswap, right, and his queen and 5 members of the Choptank tribe signed a deed transferring this land to Francis Taylor. All right, and we still wasn't quite sure if Francis Taylor was an Indian or not, but Francis could have been. We know there's a lot of Taylors, especially in Maryland and Virginia, who are Indians. Goose Creek was once called Indian Creek and was the site of Locust Neck, Indian Town, located just across Goose Creek, and was occupied by Native Americans as late as the end of the 18th century, circa 1790. This is the last known place on which the Choptank Indians lived in Dorchester County. All right, so it's taken at Locust Neck, the remains of an ancient Indian town on Goose Creek, Choptank River, Dorchester County, Maryland. 5 wigwams and a board house with glass window form the whole that is left of the Nanticoke, actually Choptank tribe, which was 100 years ago numerous and powerful. So we read that one before. And this is the actual map. Let's go to larger view. Since we can. Oh, this is real map. It's a map. You see Indian Purchase right here. You said, I'm foreclosing on Rim. You sleepy? My bloodline to the U.S. versus heirs of Henry Turner. Okay, cool. You related to Nat Turner? All right, so right here we see on the map, this is all that stuff. Remember they kept saying down past the creek to Goose Creek and down around. This is that whole area here that we see on the screen. Let me see if I can go in. Goose, probably zoom in. I see some mounds over there if you see the real map. I won't get too close. But yeah, that's it. Let's see if we can zoom out. Jamaica Point Secretary. Trying to see if this is a schoolhouse road, so that's probably where they put some of the schools that started over here. Remember, they used part of this land to build public schools. Okay. So this is East Market. I don't know what road is that. That's 50. Route 50. Okay, you see Delaware over there. You see Maryland. And Little Choptank River. So, yeah, this is a lot. That's prime real estate right here. Well, these water sources, they know exactly what they're doing. You got creeks. You got the bay right there. This is the best, like, fishing. Best fishing. Right. They snatched them up. They snatched us up for real, especially in this area. All right. The Lost Tribes of the Eastern Shore. I'm trying to get through this. I don't want to be doing no 4-hour videos because I'm tired. No, I'm not really tired. I just had some drinks. This is from 1991, y'all. Hope you can see it. I made it a little bigger. It says Nanticoke, Wicomico, Choptank, Tuckahoe, Pocomoke. So those are the tribes. Some of the tribes in Maryland. These are Algonquin speakers. Okay. The Pocomoke, I know those are descendants of the Pamunkey, Powhatan people. The road, how much is this? I don't want to read all of this. Okay. This is talking about the areas. It was few surviving reminders of those indigenous people at the road signs and stuff. Blah, blah, blah. In 1600, an estimated 20,000 native fishermen, farmers, and hunters lived on the Delmarva Peninsula. And less than 150 years after the first English contact, the native people were driven to near extinction. Y'all know what happened. How 20,000 people, the numbers were actually should be going up. Okay. When it starts with 20,000 people, 150 years later, it should be way more than 20,000 people. Those people were enslaved and they were blacked out. You know? It says today there are virtually no physical traces of the peninsula's dozen native societies. The Eastern Shore has no signs, shrines, or monuments to designate where chiefs ruled, villages stood, or families lived. You know, you all see the disrespect. In that distant time, there were no writers, artisans, or photographers to record battles, pen ballots, and create legends. Without a wounded knee or a little bighorn, no sanctified sites existed to remind either race of what happened so long ago. No Sitting Bull, no George Armstrong Custer fuels the region's folklore and myth. Even sensational archaeological finds win only brief public attention, such as the 1989 unearthing of a small burial pit dating from 1599 and 1720 and containing the remains of 27 adults, 9 children, and a fetus. So where are these bodies now? And why ain't people using these bodies for our DNA test and recreating what these people look like? Now today when I was scrolling through Facebook, I saw someone post a link to an article talking about you picked up cigarette butts and pieces of gum off the streets of New York, and they were able to take that DNA information from out of those items and create a recreation of the face of the people who chewed the bubble gum and who were smoking the cigarettes. So why can't these people take these artifacts that they find, these pipes and all these things from our ancestors that they find on these sites, and recreate what the people look like? I think they don't want us to know what the people look like. They don't want us to know. They really don't. Because they know they're going to be looking significantly Negro, right? They're going to be looking significantly Negro, especially in this area. Right, so they said Kusa Warrock or the Nandicoke were the first who had made contact with these English people, like John Smith and all of them. So 1624, King Charles first claimed Delmarva and ordered the land divided and parceled out as gifts for fellow royalty. See, these people didn't even pay for nothing. Like, they didn't even pay the king. You see that? They didn't even pay the king. They got it as gifts. Right, they're playing with us. You see that? How you think y'all gonna come to somebody else's land and divide and parcel it out as gifts? You know? And then you try to act like the original people, which y'all then later say are now the Negro community, which has significant Indian blood. They're trying to make all these mix people up. How can you not be an Indian then if you have significant Indian blood? But somebody with 80, 90 something percent European blood is an Indian, American Indian, or Native American, whatever they want to call themselves. Okay, so Right, the charters were revoked. They're using debt credit. Right, they didn't have any money there. I don't know what happened to the pictures, y'all. Look at this disrespect. Kent Island, where today the Bay Bridge connects with the Maryland's eastern shore, was an active trading post in 1631. Tribes from all over the region paddled across canoes heaped with stacks of beaver pelts. In return, they received modern tools, cheap jewelry, colored cloths, some BS, right? Firearms, and a pungent drink they call hot water. That fire water. You got that fire water. Alcohol was unknown to the Native Americans, and they possessed no genetic tolerance for that. That's why they putting them drive-through liquor stores all through Maryland. That's why they got the liquor stores all through the hood around the nation. That hot water. Okay, it says we have no genetic tolerance for it. Unlike cultures that had a long used fermented drink for ceremony, celebration, and recreation. Right, that's the only thing we used it for. The fire water was something rare. It wasn't like people drunk it every day. They didn't, they didn't have that tolerance like the Europeans did. They stayed drunk. Certain cultures over there stayed drunk. And our people didn't understand it. That's why they used that as a weapon against us. Our genetics was not up to par to fight that battle because we weren't used to it. Right, yeah, moonshine and corn liquor. We had those for ceremonies, the black drink, stuff like that. Okay. But they were bringing out rum and all this stuff. They were making up new alcohols, and we were not used to those things. In a tribal society where misconduct and crime were particularly non-existent, right? Because we didn't have misconduct, abusing people, women, children, and men. We didn't have people stealing and things like that. It was practically non-existent because when it did happen, people were publicly flogged and embarrassed, and nobody wanted to do those things. And usually knew somebody was mentally off too. Yep, they stayed drunk and high over there. Right. Opium, coke. Yep. Yeah, we didn't abuse this. We partying, like I said, celebration. We having a ceremony in the Comos party. You celebrating the new year, the crops around spring. Of course, people had something, some corn liquor or something, but they didn't do it till they act like a fool. But these, the European specifically dropped alcohol in our neighborhoods. You saw, I showed y'all earlier, they would drop the alcohol in the neighborhood to make them act foolish, right? And that's how we got out of who we were. And today we see they got the drive-through liquor stores 24 hours in Maryland, just about. No, I think they close at 11. In Maryland. So it says, do Indians believe in Jesus? Some people do. Some people do. But it's not really part of the traditional, the spirituality of traditional American Indians. Okay, so it said the introduction of alcohol led to a myriad social problems and violence against whites. So stuff backfired on them. They don't play on Maryland and Merlin. They didn't play. They had some violence against the whites after they got drunk. That's crazy. In 1642, Maryland Governor Cecil Calvert, which y'all know a whole bunch of stuff, Calvert County and stuff is named after him, declared war against the Nanticoke tribe, making it legal for an Englishman to gun down any Indian who got in his way. Guess they feared for their life, huh? The war lasted 26 years, but generally was one of harassment rather than violence. So we already know what does that sound like right there? Gun down any Indian in his way and harassed the Indians. Y'all already know what that sound like. In 1668, his people, exhausted and demoralized, Chief Unakakasimon agreed to a peace treaty that essentially stripped his tribe of all rights and privileges. You see how sneaky and disgusting the fork-tongued people are. You said the Constitution prohibited the use of alcohol. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Spirits were brought, right. Spirits. Not no good spirits with that type of stuff they're doing. You see that? With permission from the colonists, many Nanticoke moved away, some as far as Oklahoma Territory, others to Pennsylvania and New York, where they were welcomed by the Six Nations of the Iroquois. Nanticoke who did not flee were enslaved. Finally, somebody's saying it. Remember, we've been saying it the whole time. I was saying it. They did not flee. They were enslaved or corralled into reservations, including one of 5,000 acres near today's Vienna, where Route 50 crosses the Nanticoke River. By 1743, the year Jefferson's birth, the Nanticoke had been thoroughly displaced and scattered. And like I told you, they were enslaved. So I'm gonna go more into that with the Piscataway. Okay. A descendant of Nanticoke chiefs, writer and artist Charles C. Clark IV, Little Owl, wrote in the Delaware Today magazine, the Nanticoke are now a small, inconsequential Indian nation, strangers in a land that had once been our home. We had survived the Holocaust that befell the Indian race, but just barely. Hey, what's good? Says, why does all blame go to the Europeans? The Spanish could not have destroyed the Caribbean and other parts of America without their African allies, and I'm sure the same applies to the Brits. No, that's very true. Very true. I don't put all the blames on the European. And you saw I was just blaming the women from this tribe for selling off the rest of the land. Our own people were involved with that. Okay, people of color definitely were involved in this foolishness. Flamethrower, you said from Virginia, Maryland, and all the way down to present-day Oklahoma was already Chesapeake territory, where all these people were freely moved around until invasion. Right. You said the Europeans, Portuguese, Spanish are all the same people. Yeah. You said listen to Carameo. Yes, Carameo does break down with the Europeans and the Moors and the Africans and all their dealings with the colonization of us too. Okay. And they sure did to help do that in Africa. They did some similar stuff in Africa too. Okay, the people were enslaved on their own land over there, and they had other issues, breaking down tribes, saying tribes are extinct, and all this foolishness. So, Europeans knew how to do these. What do they call this? Oh my goodness, I don't forgot the word. Not psyop, but they knew how to mentally invade the minds of the people as well, and know how to control our people that way. And you saw they dropping liquor and all this stuff that they did. Okay. Had these old ladies going crazy selling the land. Who knows what they did to those women. Harassed the other guy. Oops, I'm sorry. I know it's driving somebody's eyes crazy. Then they harassed the other guy and made him sign the treaty, right? They stripped him of all rights. Let me go back up. This hurt my eyes. Stripped him of all rights and privileges. I mean, what kind of peace is that? Peace is knowing you have rights and privileges and you're protected, you know. You said Moriscos. Yeah, they were Moriscos. That's the official name of those people in Spain, Portugal, and other parts of Europe. Okay. So years passed and Neanderthal was assembled into white culture. They seek to escape the English and seek solitude, and they will move up the river more into Delaware. Okay, and they got settled in a place in Delaware called Indian River. In the 1820s, with the money saved from farming and fishing, the Nanticoke adopted the white man's customs and began buying land along the river that was once occupied by the Lenni Lenape, whom the Nanticoke called the grandfathers, which they're known as the grandfather tribes of many of the Algonquin people. It was near the Indian River and Millsboro where the Nanticoke remain today. Okay, so it's two Europeans, the earth and its land were mere possessions to be bought and sold according to the whims of men, wrote Little Owl. When they asked us for lands on which to build homes, raise crops, and prosper, we made the land available to them. But we did not know they would consider it to be theirs forever. We had no concept of land ownership. To us, the bounty of the earth was to be shared by all. Yeah, like a decent human being. He said European, Africans, and British are the same variations. Yeah, the same. The mentality is mostly West Africans. Because they think different than North Africans and East Africans and South Africans. West Africans and Europeans have more of a similar personality. That's why a lot of them West Africans have moved to Europe now. You know, there's some of their ancestors who already had moved to Europe. So, the next Nanticoke battle was for individuality and equality, because Delaware listed its residents as either white or colored. Okay. The Nanticoke was categorized with the latter and forced to attend segregated schools. Nanticoke leaders fought a 6-year legal battle in 1881, won the right to organize as the incorporated body. All right, so they basically turned to a corporation, later called the Nanticoke Indian Association. They're smart enough to incorporate their tribe instead of being under recognitions of the Europeans. Okay, you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the federally recognized tribes, recognized by the Delaware legislature. The association provided a means for the tribe to establish private schools for its children. Not until the 1964 Civil Rights Act, okay, or the Indian Rights Act, as the Phoenix Moon had put that information out, were the Nanticoke nearly 400 years after making contact with the white man, finally allowed to have their children sit next to white children in the classroom. You see this foolishness? Why you can have your own good schools for your kids? Why are you trying to fight to have your children in class with the white children? It just silly. It says stewards, not owners. It's a hostile. You said we had no idea of land ownership, yet Manhattan was sold to European Afro whites. Yeah, because they thought it was a joke too. Like it was funny to them. Peter Inuit and all them people. because they're like, you can't really own land. It's like Bitcoin to people. You know what I'm saying? People don't even think it's real. But the Europeans have made it real. It's like money in floating in the air, land floating in the air. Yeah, the ego, individuality. Miss Sugarberry, you said the Nanticoke are my husband's people here in New Jersey. They are forced to leave, and others hid here in New Jersey and denied their blood publicly and practiced their heritage, which in their home. Yeah, there's a lot of Powhatan people also went up there as well, fled to New Jersey and Delaware and Pennsylvania. Right. Okay, Nanticokes renewed their annual powwow in the 20s, and they did not resume it until 1970. Okay. And they dressed in full regalia to honor the deer, rabbit, and eagle. Those were actual clans as well. Yeah, those were clans. So let's see what else. And nothing else important. The rivers, the Nanticoke, Wickamoko, Choptank, Tuckahoe, and Pocomoke would endure. Okay, and this is Kyle from Riverdale. Okay, Cal. So this is Washington Post. This is stuff. This is not some BS stuff. Washington Post. Is the same one? Okay, I saw a page that had we just saw that one. Persecute women. Maybe this was it. Oh no, this is the Delmarva Adena complex. Okay, I already told y'all that they were Adena people. There was one that I saw that had more surnames, so I'm trying to find that before I close out tonight. And we'll get back to these Nanticoke ones later. Nanticoke from Grant. Well, no, I'll go on this one for the Nanticokes. Puckham. I know a couple of y'all, a couple of my subscribers are Puckhams. And y'all kept asking me about that one. Okay, what is this? This is the Pocomoke. Oh, so this is the Assateagues. Somebody was just asking about the Assateagues. Indian River Indians. I'm trying to see if there's any surnames on here. I don't see any. So a Christian person who was not white was called mulatto. Okay. In the minds of officialdom in those days, an Indian was a non-Christian person who lived in the woods and subsisted by hunting. Once he was baptized, he became a mulatto. Okay, let me zoom in for you. Once the Indian became baptized, he became a mulatto. Black schools, black teachers educated our black children. When we were forced to integrate, we lost our identity and our soul as black people. Well, Diane, we actually became black people, and that's how we lost our soul and our identity. Before we were tribes and we were different we had our own cultures and things like that. That's when we were more striving. Whether you was from here in America, like a lot of us are from, or whether you're from Africa or whatever, once you came out of your tribal identity, it became black people. And we're seeing that happen over. We saw it happen here already for hundreds of years, but it's now happening in Africa where the people are getting so caught up into us and being like us over here that they're losing a lot of traditional tribal stuff in people's culture. Some of the kids aren't speaking They're only speaking, like in places like Nigeria, the official language is English. So some of the kids are just speaking English. They refuse to speak their native tongue over there. So it's the colonizers have done this everywhere, and it's to their benefit because they're the minority on the planet. So they have to do these things, right? So that's just right there showing proof that how they, once the Indian was baptized, he's turned to mulatto. And we're going to get into these other tribes, the Mitsawoket and the Kuskarawabok. But I had, where is it? Oh, wait a minute. This is one. Okay, this one has some of the surnames. And these are the people that went up to the what I just showed y'all when they're talking about the people moved up to Delaware. So these are some of those people from the Choptank, okay? So these are the surnames right here. Okay, so it says, has anyone ever told you that you may have American Indian ancestry? Have you ever wondered how you could find out? One clue may be your last name. And y'all know I get so many ignorant comments from people saying that I'm crazy. I'm telling you that the clue of you have an American Indian ancestry is your last name. Okay, so now y'all see these people. This is Delaware.gov, the state of Delaware, telling y'all the same thing that I told y'all, as well as other people. So stop being silly and just listen and try to suck up the information. Yes, they need to integrate us to keep us under the spell, right? Yes, flamethrower tribes and clans. We didn't need school buildings. You learn from your relatives, right? The elders. You sit at the feet of the elders. They'll sit at the tree, right? You got the shade right there. You got it was a hot day or it was a cold day. You need that shade. If it's raining, if it's snowing, all right, you have your shade and your fire, okay? And that's where you sit at the feet of the elders and let them talk. Anyways, let's get back to this. One clue may be your last name. Each tribe has particular surnames that are associated with them. Names like Coker, Jackson, Durham, and Norwood, just to name a few. Okay, so those are some of the surnames of these Choptanks, which they call Nanticoke, that lived up there. Okay. For additional information and their genealogy, you can visit Mr. Woket's website. Did I already click that? I think I did. That's what that site that I was just at. Okay. So they're calling them the Mr. Mitsawoket. Okay. Woo-wee. Do I want to get into this tonight? Where's all the information for this? Okay. Search. I don't know how to search. They want you to be doing too much on here. Can't just click a link with surnames. Search examples. Let me see. I don't know. This website is bad. It's poorly. It's out of date. So kill the Indian, save the man. Indian schools, right? Lorenzo, you said, I know some Norwoods here in Mississippi. Matter of fact, Brandy and Ray J last name is Norwood, and they're from Mississippi, right? And Snoop Dogg is related to them. He's a Norwood too. And them Norwoods come from Virginia. Okay, they could have came from Maryland too, because Virginia, Maryland, you couldn't, before the borders, it was the same place. Let's see what's on this main menu. All right. It said Lynn Jackson's Morris and Nanticoke. What? The site was removed. See, they try to move these surnames. Morris of Delaware. And y'all know when they say Morris of these documents pertaining to Delaware, to those Algonquin people, they mean as a description word. They're not talking about the Moors from Europe or the Moors from Africa or Mexum or whatever. They're talking about description. All right, the Negro blood. Yeah, I'm still gonna do the boyfriend girlfriend video. I told y'all that. Not today though. I told y'all I'm trying to find some more document. Yeah, so basically. Okay, Miss Awoke. Let me zoom in for y'all. It says, Lieutenant assists the descendants of the original people of Delaware find their ancestral families, whether Lenape or Nanticoke. Okay. Their allied ancestral African, Iberian, or European lines will be mentioned but not further pursued, being beyond the scope of research. Okay, so they're just trying to say, add that in there. I'm not going to read all that stuff. Let me zoom out. So they have all these different little documents. Now, if you're a descendant of these people, you're going to find your information on it. You're Campbell. Okay, so yeah, Campbell was one of the surnames mentioned. So at the No Grandma Killers tour this weekend, I met a couple people in Philly who had ancestors from Delaware. So this, I'm going to email them this stuff. So this page will probably help a lot. Okay. So they have Puckham again over here, identify Indian family. Let's get into that. And we can get into this more on the Nanticoke video I'm going to do. I might do it tomorrow. Lito Burns Grass. Lito, I don't know how to add, let me see. I'm going to add you as a moderator, Flamethrower, because I've been meaning to do you and Renzo. I give Renzo his wrench back. I've been meaning to put you on here for a minute. Can't power tend to. Yeah. So the let me zoom this in. This thing is so small. These outdated AOL dial-up 1900 things. Gratitude. So John Puckham, Indian, got baptized, married Joan Johnson. Okay, y'all see the genealogy right here. So you see a Puckham married to a Johnson. And they became mulatto. What did we just show you? We showed you that. It said an Indian that became baptized, that got baptized, became a mulatto. Okay, right here it's saying John Puckham, Indian, got baptized and married to Joan Johnson, and they became mulattoes in 1682. Okay, so that's where the Indians went. They keep acting like, oh, the Indians got extinct. We don't know what happened to them. They disappeared. Maybe they migrated. Then they say they got enslaved, right? Then they try to say they died of smallpox. Now they're telling you that they became mulattoes, right? And what is a mulatto? Mulatto is a color, and mulatto is a Negro. Mulattoes now a black and American Indian, a black and an African American now, right? It says, okay, stick with me. This is going to get convoluted. I'm intentionally juxtaposing a bunch of unrelated facts out of context. Why? 1742, when Daniel Durham of Little Creek Hundred, Kent County, died in 1785, he left his son Benjamin, who died in 1810, the time of an apprentice boy named George, who was to be freed at age 21. Okay. So they're showing you right now that George Puckham, the Indian, was enslaved or apprenticed to be freed at age 21. Right. Yeah, thank you. Shout out to the Tidewater area. Yes. You say you did have a wrench, Renzo. I remember when you had the regular Renzo name. So y'all see right here, they trying to flip it right here. You see all these different. George Puckham, the Indian, was apprenticed or enslaved, right, and was to be freed at age 21. 3 years later, Eleanor Puckham witnessed John Durham, and we saw Durham as one of their surnames, probate records. A George Puckham was either the son or the son-in-law, being one of the two heirs to Rachel Hansor, whose intestate was probated in Kent County 1815. Okay, so you see Hansor is another family. Okay, so you're seeing the people, the Indians on both sides of the coin. They got the Durham's probate records, meaning that they had real estate, plantations, or owned slaves. Okay, and then you see the Puckham as being apprenticed or enslaved by the Durhams, right? Which were Indians. So they're all Indians right here. I don't know if that's where Raleigh Durham got his name from. That's a good question. It's really good. You know, they take our names anyways. Why the website still stating that mess like the Lenape mixed with Africans were dark? If you look up the Lenape, when they met the colonists, they were dark people. Exactly. And that's what I'm showing you, that they remixed in over here. They put that Diddy Bop on it. The Diddy Bop remix. It says, how many George Puckhams are there? Are they related? Was one at the Winnesocombe the grandson or such of John Puckham? Probably. Who got baptized and married Joan Johnson, the granddaughter of Antonio in 1682? Who says that Antonio, aka Anthony Johnson, was African? Just because his son patented a tract called Angola? Y'all see what this person's getting at? Angola is a Portuguese name. All right, let's take it from the top now. Down in Virginia, we have a quote-unquote Turk named Francisco as a headright. Now, the headrights are the people who own the land patent or planters for the plantation. We have a man named Rodriguez Drigas. If y'all know about the Drigas, so that's one of the Powhatan surnames, okay? So we have a man named Rodriguez Drigas who takes a white wife and lives somewhere between the white and black society, as do his sons. Joan Johnson marries an Indian. Indians named Francisco represent the Nanticoke in conferences with the governor of Pennsylvania. So y'all seeing that all these people are Indians right here. He's even showing that Anthony Johnson, the famous Anthony Johnson, the one who they claim invented chattel slavery because he kept an African, so-called African, in bondage for life, which we're now seeing that Anthony Johnson is questionable for being an African. Anthony Johnson is probably a Nanticoke. Y'all see where this person's getting at? Like, they're breaking it down right here. And they're saying he's probably was not from Angola, the country, which was named Angola way later. Okay, because Angola is a Portuguese name. They could have named anywhere Angola. So he's dropping some fire right here. He or she. Yes, it's Ned. Ned is dropping some fire. Then there is that Spanish Indian slave with an English wife in the 17th century Kent County census, name unknown. That is just before Counselor Gonzala or whatever comes on the scene. The name of the game is loose ends, exactly, who are verifiably Indians. Okay, so game is another surname. And that sure sounds like a corruption of something else. Before you dismiss this rambling as dippity old Ned smoking the wrong stuff, let's consider that, in fact, there really were some quote unquote Moors or Spaniards or Portuguese or other swarthy non Protestant people who showed up with some skills at reading, maybe farming, and so forth. They were indentured servants. Since Virginia didn't recognize chattel slavery until 1660s, and then pretty unevenly, looking for wives, they naturally would not be looking at a white at a white land planter's daughters, of whom they were very few. I guess that they were about the same color as the local Indians. Okay, he dropped the bomb on that one. Okay, here's some more on his site. So this is from 1998. Genealogical indistinguishability. Excuse me. I've still got the drink in me. Indistinguishability of the Nanticoke, Cheswoladans, and expatriates to New Jersey. Okay, the people who left to New Jersey, basically. Mr. Woket to Bloomsbury. The main thrust is the poorly documented period in Kent County Indian history. I do make the statement that the Nanticoke, the New Jersey Lenape, and the Cheswold community of today are genealogically indistinguishable, so they're the same people. If you were to list the three communities in 1750, you will find their descendants today are about equally distributed among three communities. Indeed, they are one and the same extended family. So we saw the names. They're the Johnsons. They're the Durhams, the Puckhams. Okay. Excuse me for hurting your eyes. Peace, Hermosa. Yeah, you said a couple of Angola cities here now. Exactly. That's what this person is saying. Like, who says Angola, Africa, when Angola, Africa didn't get that name till way later? They didn't have that name in 1600s. It's important to the argument that the Indians became a self-selecting isolate and that an infrastructure survived during the period of invisibility. I have a feeling, just a feeling, that if you were to go up and down the coast, you will find that there are a continuous string of interrelated communities, and that the pattern of migration and marriage across the communities is duplicated in a continuous string from Florida to the Canadian Maritimes, if not all over the continent, which is right. Relatively recent attempts to define tribes and communities might have complicated this relationship, but I wish somebody would just work their way up and down the coast in the 18th century records. It would be a great application for statistics. For example, we have the migrating Cisco family, William Hansor, moving from Sussex to Kent, Griffin Bass, whoever he is, which we know the Bass family is a notorious Indian family, showing up here, the Sparksman family, a few migratory Puckhams, and so forth. So right there we see Cisco, we see Hansor, and that's Cisco from Drew Hill. Oh, peace. Thank you, Cherise, for the cash app. I appreciate it. We got the Cisco family, we got the Hansors family, and we had the Bass family, and we have the Sparksman family, and the Puckhams again. Okay, so Sparksman, that could be Sparks as well, or just plain Sparks, or Sparksman together. Okay, Cisco as well right there. Most of the contacts will be fairly nearby, gradually diminishing with distance. So here in Delaware, we should have a handful of Virginia and the odd Tar Heel. Most of the contacts were with the nearby communities because cousins visit one another. There should be a personal contact 40 years at least after any move. Even without beepers and cell phones, they obviously kept in touch. Right, makes sense, right? Hey, Melissa, you said, I'm new here. I just got my genealogy results and I'm looking for my tribes. My father was born in Georgia, got family all throughout the South and the North, and I've learned a lot watching your video. Thank you, Melissa. Check out my other video. If you look on my page, I have a whole playlist for the genealogy videos you can check out. You said Ghana named the city Wakanda. There's been a Wakanda in Illinois. Wakanda came from the Ojibwa. Right, yeah, there's several Wakandas that's been here for hundreds of thousands of years. And Wakanda is actually a thunderbird or those conjurers or spiritual people who the thunderbird is their spirit animal. And actually the thunderbird's one of my spirit, is my spirit animals. That's the one I see in my dreams. So I'm a Wakanda. That's what the Wakandas are. It's not from Ghana at all. Yeah. Kansas, right? I think it's one up in Wisconsin. It's a couple of Wakanda towns. All right. And this is 1999, these old AOL dial-up stuff. Seeking Elliot and Puckham. So Elliot is also another surname. Elliot and Puckham. It says, I'm seeking information on, these are just replies, I guess. They're looking for information about these family members. Whew. So William Grayson Elliot, Mary J. Puckham Elliot. They lived in Capital Comico, Maryland, from 1840 to 1888. My concern is no one seems to be researching the name Puckham. Was my grandmother a Nanticoke Indian? And I have searched records endlessly and asked people in this area about them, but have no luck. Mary had a brother named Algernon, and her mother was named Nancy Puckham. Yeah, I definitely see Nancy Puckham in them records. It's an 1850 census in the Comico County. William's mother was named Caroline Elliott, father unknown. The Foxwell family also fits into the Elliots. Yeah, so we already know the Indians. They already showed that. Right, they don't know what Wakanda represents, the Thunderbird. I mean, we had people talking about, somebody was talking about somebody for having a Thunderbird headband. And it's like, you don't even know what the heck that's the Wakanda. They don't understand what's going on. And you're claiming to be super Indian and you're making fun of Indians who actually know what's going on. It's like sometimes y'all got to be humble and sit back and learn. It's nothing wrong with not knowing. I don't know a lot of stuff, but stuff I know, I'm trying to teach other people and not humiliate them. This is how I do it. And I also try to learn from the people who know stuff that I don't know. Certain people, Kurt Mayo might have a specialty. Top Cats, Phoenix Moon has a specialty. Johnny Aboriginally. I don't know all the stuff that they know. Some of the stuff we all know, but some of the stuff we all learning from each, different people. Right. Yeah, and it's glad to see other channels coming up. We got Real Rap, Chief Real Rap has a good channel. Peanut Nola, I think that's his name on there. I follow him on Instagram too, but he has a good channel. You search Peanut Nola, like New Orleans Nola. He has a good channel too. Of course, I was talking about American Heiress. Her channel's good. So there's a lot of us that have different specialties, and we should be learning from each other. You said Thunderbird was an alcohol beverage. Well, they did drink it at this, ceremonies. You said pull up the Wicomer County flag, 1867. Let's see. Let's see what's on that flag. My flag boy and you flag boy, standing by the fire. What's that song? Say, hey, nah. Yeah, that's that Muskogee Creek's Choctaw song. Okay, I'm trying to install a dang on update while I'm on the phone. County flag. Yep, it's an Indian on it. Let's see, I'll make it bigger. Yeah, there's an Indian on it. You said Wakanda forever. Wakanda forever. It's a medium shade Indian. What is that? I don't want to see these mean people. Um, Look at this one, yo. Look, the one in the courthouse is dark. It's dark. Wait a minute, they're not letting me see it. Unblock ad. Nah, they want to get this ad blocked. Man, unblock ad. Why won't do it? Pause on this site. Golly. Remember, where'd the flag go? Anyways, let me go over here. I'm gonna go back because this thing's getting on my nerve. Would you see? Look how dark this one is. This is the one in the actual courthouse. And you look, you can see this brother over here on the left side, and you see the you see the logo. You see they're the same color. Yeah, you see it? So I'm trying to this. Yeah, there it go. Zoom in as much as I can. This is as far as I can go. There you go. Y'all can get your screenshot. You see that the further you go, this is 1867. So, but you notice that the original one that they got in the courthouse is the darkest one. And the one that you try to put on the little cheap flags, it's lighter, with straighter hair. You see how kinky his hair? And look how short his hair is on there. Right? That looked like one of them sisters just got her hair blowed out. And she's trying to just put the little ponytail holder on so she can go to Walmart get some milk before the store closed. Right. Yeah, y'all know I'm cutting up tonight. I haven't had a drink. Where were we though? Okay, we're on this site. Oh, you found it? Thank you. Yeah, so this one now, I think it's people just asking questions, but it might be some good information on here. Yeah, so they definitely, several people got this Elliot Puckham connection there. Okay. It says Torrance mentions in his Old Somerset on Eastern Shore, Maryland, page 142 through 3, the baptism of John an Indian by Reverend John Hewitt on January 25th, 1682 and 83. Terence goes on to infer that Puckham was a member of the native community at Monet, and offers as well the marriage of Puckham, 25 February 1682 through 3, to Joan Johnson, Negro. We already saw that Johnson is an Indian, though. Probably a member of the family of free blacks that lived south of the Wicomico River, a few miles from the Monet Indian town. So she is allegedly a Negro that lived right at the Indian town. Thank y'all for these links. Yeah. Is that Peanut's channel? flamethrower. Yeah, so it's a lot of new channels coming up that need support because people just watching the same stuff. The Puckham name is often seen in Somerset colonial records, and I suggest starting with Lindsay Dryden's files at the NAB Center at Salisbury State to get a good handle on the previously extracted material on the Puckham line. Okay. More seeking Puckham. All right, they about to get on this one. It says, with apologies for digression, here is some material on the Puckham family. Apparently, John Puckham, Indian, got baptized and became a mulatto because it's not possible for a Christian to be an Indian. Y'all hear that? It's saying it's not possible for a Christian to be an Indian, so he has to be a mulatto, okay, or a Negro, right? He married Joan Johnson, apparently the granddaughter of Anthony Johnson, one of the first people of color to be imported into Chesapeake, not as a slave, but a indentured servant. Anthony or Antonio, as he was first known, probably was of Iberian origin. Y'all hear that? So they're saying that Antonio, now this person thinks Antonio was basically Spanish. He was from Spain, Iberia. So he was a European, which, sounds likely as well. At least culturally, if not racially. Now, some people know that they would come to the East Coast of America and steal Indians and then take them back to Europe, Spain, and Britain and stuff, and have them working as servants over there or other jobs, artisans and things like that. It says, frankly, nobody knows what his ethnicity was. We do know that Anthony Johnson's family married both white and non-whites, including Indians. They clearly were not, quote unquote, Negro in the sense of a person of wholly sub-Saharan African origins, as the term's used today. Yes. The story of Anthony Johnson has been adopted by some Black history organizations who want to hold him up as an important figure in Black history. Since he clearly was not your ordinary Black slave, it's a stretch to hold him up as an example for the average slave who came to America. Recent series of articles in the William and Mary Quarterly have been interpreted to identify the 1619 shipment of quote-unquote servants to Virginia with specific events in Agolia and even specific shipments from them. Unfortunately, the articles in question were so hedged with assumptions and conjecture, which they love to do with our culture, assuming everybody African and all this crazy, that they actually demonstrated nothing whatever that sheds light on Chesapeake history. So he's basically saying it's a bunch of conjure literature, making up stuff that had nothing to do with the people in the Chesapeake area or the Tidewater area. Although Joan Johnson Puckham is identified as a Negro in that document, we really don't know what she is. Clearly, John wasn't a mulatto in the sense of a person of African/European origins. He and Joan had sons who were indentured as apprentices to a white man, and the internal evidence of their indentured documents is indistinguishable excuse me, from the form of a white boy's indenture. Their descendants are identified in some cases as Indians. All right. That's probably how they identified. In fact, the term mulatto applied more often to Christian Indians than to mixed race individuals. I have had occasion to examine racial designations in several blocks of the 1800 census and found that consistently families of Indian descent were identified as mulatto, while most, but not all, African descendants were identified as Negro. Some blacks, in fact, were identified without race designation, which I found curious. Okay. So they get into that one. Some of this talking about the Eastern Shore Indians of Virginia book. Yeah, that's a good one. I saw that at the library. I need to buy that, matter of fact, because they won't let you in the library down here. It's been a year I haven't been in the library, y'all. It's driving me crazy. Okay, so Helen Roundtree is best known for her work on the post-contact Indians, the western shore of Chesapeake and Virginia. Davison perpetuated the quote-unquote free black study for the Maryland Historical Trust, where all his what? Hold on, let me go back to this. Davison perpetuated the free black quote-unquote study for the Maryland Historical Trust, where all his free blacks were Indians. Okay? All of his free blacks were Indians. It can't be no more obvious than that. The book does not deal with the Indians after the dissolution of the villages and reservations, so it really doesn't deal directly with the problems we're addressing. It seems to be pretty authoritative as far as it goes, but the authors clearly state that they will not deal with the post-reservation history of these people or with any of the retrieved tribal organizations. I have not had a chance to critically read it, but it should be in the library if anybody wants to deal, anyone who deals with the Indians on the Delmarva Peninsula. That's us. Of great value will be the list of known proper names of Indians mentioned in the Virginia and Maryland records. Only John Puckham rings a bell in connection with my work at Cheswall, but those who are working in Sussex will recognize some of their names that are found in connection with the Sussex groups. I'm struck by the absolute lack of Norwoods, Harmons, Franciscos, etc. The author also stressed that they were not doing Delaware either. They just did list the Williams at Locust Neck, as mentioned earlier. It's the Williams family. So yeah, the Norwoods, the Harmons, the Franciscos, and the Williams. The Puckhams, and also this one, Scoot Kim. Let me continue reading. They do describe one James Scokim, which is an Algonquin word, who in 1757 was almost certainly an Indian, but was classified as a free black. Okay, so James Scokim was an Indian, most certainly, but was classified as a free black. Okay, y'all see where the blackout is. You see how we got blacked out right here. They concede the loss of Indian identity into the two-race system of classification during the period in question, but they don't go deeply into it. At first glance, it looks like a pretty good book. So this is the book here. All right, Helen Roundtree and Thomas E. Davison. And I have read some of it before, but I didn't know they actually blatantly tell you that the Indians and the free blacks are the same. Y'all see, you can buy these. I think it's up on my book list too. I think I put it on my book list. I'm gonna have to post those links again. Okay. So you can get it at Amazon, A-Books, Biblio, Thrift Books, and of course your local library. Okay. Okay, so here's some lists. Here's come the names y'all been waiting for the last 2.5 hours. It's 4 in the morning there. I'm about to get off in a minute, y'all, to read these names. We're just gonna have to continue tomorrow. A Rosetta Stone, Contemporary Ethnic Identity. Today in the state archives, I ran across a remarkable document that I should have found earlier. If only I knew what I was doing. We've been struggling with those blanket, quote unquote, free Negro identities for all non-whites on the records. The Little Creek 100 1797 assessment is different. It clearly identifies people as either mulatto or Negro, and every entry in the assessment is signed, so we're able to tell who was literate. Moreover, all the tenants are listed, so we know where non-land-owning farmers lived. You said, do phenotypes matter? Yeah, pretty much. You can tell. You can tell Angela Bassett from Miriam Makeba. You can tell who's who. I don't know how you can't. The phenotypes, some people argue that it doesn't matter. Of course, just like in any family. Y'all hear me? I'm sorry, I moved away from the mic. Of course, y'all know in any family that there's people who have a different look, but you can tell whose family. You're like, you and your son look the same. You and your daughter look the same or similar. You might have a cousin that has a similar look. So there is a phenotype dealing with these families. You said Idris from Morris Chestnut, right? They look different. They just look different. And definitely tribally, you can see a difference, right? So I gotta get something to drink. I'm over here hacking up, trying to finish this list. All right, so it's saying here, it clearly identifies people as mulatto and Negro, and every entry in the assessment is signed. Okay, so we already read that part. Moreover, the tenants are listed, so we know where the non-landowning families lived. Okay, so here's the list. So all people listed were identified as mulattoes. All sign a mark with a mark unless there was an asterisk after the name. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me get a sip of this cranberry juice. No more wine tonight. Golly, it's 50. Are y'all on this late? Or it might be early for some of y'all. Right, the ignorance. Yes, sir. Because I look like my mother and she looks like her mother and so on. Right, Briar. That's just a phenotype. That's your clan look. All right, so here's some of the names. Isaiah Durham. This is tenant of Benjamin Stout. Daniel Songs, like Trey Songs. John Farmer. Thomas Counselor. William Durham Jr. It says he's a tenant of John Ham. John Cotts. Thomas Butcher. Let me zoom in. Make it bigger for y'all. Rachel Williams, one of two by this name. Durham Williams Sr. So they got a senior and a junior. He's a tenant of Robert Holiday and George Wilson. Now, I don't know who these people they're renting from are. So I don't know. Let's see. Thomas Hughes. James Dean. Okay, so he managed the land of Elijah Counselor. And we already saw Thomas Counselor is the Indian listed as mulatto. Okay, and then Elijah Counselor's on here again. John Sanders. John Johnson. Peter Cook. Benjamin Sisko is the lieutenant of Walter Williamson. George Sisko. And Stephen Sparksman. OCO Rade. Yeah, so you see the same names. You see the Sparksman, Cisco again. We see Johnson on here. Durham. Those are the popular names. Oh, and the Pure Genery. Was it how you say his name? Puri Gringe. Johanna. How did I skip that name completely? Rachel Williams. I think I skipped her name too. Okay, so you see Williams is on here again as Choptank or Nanty Cope, which we know they were Choptank. Excuse me, I'm sorry. For moving the screen crazy. The following are listed without race, usually meaning that they were regarded as white. So they have a white status. Charles Cisco, and it says minors of John Starling. Rachel Williams, the widow of Solomon. Minors of Solomon Williams, their guardian being Rachel. Okay. It says again in the 1819 reassessment, the assessor identified mulattoes in Little Creek 100, but he didn't require signatures. And here are the entries. I don't know what that sound was. A bunch of people talking. It's 4-something in the morning. William Counselor, Elijah Counselor, Elias Butcher, John Cott, George Colbert, Jesse Dean, Daniel Farmer, William Holston, David Hutt, John Johnson, William Mutes, Wait a minute, William Muntz, Robert Muntz, James Songo, we saw James Songs on the other one, Benjamin Sisko, and John Sanders. I'm going to zoom out because I can't read all that. Okay, so zoom out a little more. In 1790, delinquent list for Dover, Little Creek, Duck Creek includes people who have moved away. Basically, it was a list of people who had not paid their taxes, but the tax collector was excused by the court from attempting to tax them. Here are some of the names on the list. Thomas Butcher, Ephraim Cambridge, Benjamin Cambridge, Jehu Sammons. Okay, so you see the Sammons is similar to Simmons. So you see how they butchered the other name. Charles Cambridge, Henry Sammons, Ephraim Puckham, and Benjamin Durham. In the 1804 Duck Creek assessment, Benjamin Sisko was a tenant of William Killam. Right, tax act theft. On a tract with a log dwelling, 200 acres clear, 52 wooden, and 100 marsh. There are only N suffixes in the list. Excuse me. Talking about John Puckham. Again, Indian, got baptized and married to Joan Johnson, became a mulatto. Okay, we just read this one, didn't we? Yeah, we already read that one. All right, so that's all of those surnames. I don't want to click that. So we're going to get into the rest tomorrow because it's almost 4:30, y'all. So y'all got any more questions? I don't think I got anything else up here for right now. Well, y'all quiet now. It's still 46 people on this. For y'all been watching me for all this time. Oh my goodness. So we're gonna finish up on our good night, Jersey. We're gonna finish up on this tomorrow. Get more into this. What's it? Miss Sawoket, and that group of people associated with the Choptank and Piscataway, and talk more about the Neanderthal tomorrow. So if I can find that Piscataway information that I wanted to put up, we'll do that one tomorrow. If not, we'll just talk more about the Mr. Woket and the Neanderthal. Brian, you said, do a lot of our people in North America originate in South America? I wouldn't say a lot, but some of them do. There was a migration a long time ago, dealing with people coming from Peru and that whole upper Brazil area, coming from the Amazon area as well, up through Central America, through Mexico, through the whole Mississippian area, and then up the East Coast. So there's a certain migration of people that did come. And then some people came during slavery, where they took people from South America and shipped them to Caribbean and the mainland, you know. Yeah, come back tomorrow. Oh, you're gonna watch this whole thing? Yeah, you can watch this. I know people have been sleeping, and then some of the people are gonna wake up and watch it later. Okay. Gwendolyn, you said, I started a school called the Exodus Academy. I'd like you to prepare the history. Oh wow, yeah, we can talk about that later, Gwendolyn. Oh, no problem, Diane. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're talking about Pangea. Do you have a contemplation of your work? No, I just got all these videos on YouTube, really. I'm gonna try to put something together, some literature together. Yeah. I do still have my Adina Academy, but I haven't put a lot of the histories and stuff on there like I want to. But yeah, we can talk if you need some assistance or you need me to teach on your class too. You're giving away free instruments. What type of instruments? All right, no problem, Brian. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, that's great, Gwendolyn. That's cool. All right, does anyone else have any more questions about the sign off? It's about 4:30. You said, did I always know my true ancestry? Well, I tell the story before. I told it before. When I was like around 8 years old, that's when my grandmother and great grandma really told me like who we were, that we were Indian. We were Mattapanai Indians and Pamunkey. I would specifically remember Pamunkey because I'm like, I'm not no dang on monkey. What is this Pamunkey? I was so mad about it. I didn't even want to tell nobody about no Pamunkey because I didn't want nobody to call me a monkey. Because you were taught that it's racist for somebody to call you a monkey. So I was like 8. I'm like, I'm not a monkey. But that's not what it means. So but yeah, before that, I even knew, like I would say at school that, yeah, my family said that they are mostly American Indian by blood. And I'm like, some of them think they might have some African in there, some down the line, but we don't even know nothing about that really. And from my research, I haven't found that any African on my family. So I don't know what to say for that, but we've already known that we were mostly Indian blood. So some of my family already known, but they didn't really acknowledge it. So now that I have found like all this documentation and stuff, they're really getting more into it and acknowledge it. And even my grandmother, who has dementia now, she remembers stuff. Like even with her dementia, she'd be seeing Indians outside in trees and stuff. Like, but she'll remember she was telling me one story about when she was a little girl. She said she was like 7 years old, and she remembered the boy was like, "What are you? What are you? Like you? What are you?" Or something. She kept saying he was saying. This little white boy, and she was like, "I'm an Indian." Man, she remembered that story from 7, and she's like 87 now, so she remembered that story from 80 years ago, and she remembered telling the boy she was Indian. So they knew, but of course we lost it. We lost the information for a while, and for some reason, my grandma and my great grandma especially didn't talk to their children or their grandchildren. They picked me to tell a lot of this information too, which I thought was odd. And it was only like 2 or 3 different times that it happened, but they told me a whole bunch of stuff. So I hope that answered your question. All right, thank you guys for coming. Y'all laughing. Oh, you said you having job trainings on there too. Yeah, please let me know, because that's definitely something our people need. Job training. We aren't into the instruments like we used to and stuff like that. Yeah. All right, so I appreciate you all. Thank you, Melissa, for stopping by for the first time. Thank you, Hostile and Strong Eagle and Flamethrower. Y'all usually here. Gwendolyn too, you here. Raw Day, of course, your cousin. Diane, thank you. And everybody else who are watching. I appreciate you all. Please like the video. That gives the channel more views and give people the opportunity to see this information, because some of the stuff is life-changing, especially with the genealogy. Like, people connecting their families together, and that's what you're supposed to be doing at this point, getting your affairs in order from the previous 7 generations to the future 7 generations. Okay, and also share the video out, because that definitely helps the channel, and it give me an opportunity to be able to actually go more places. I'm trying to organize big vlog, I guess, vacation vlog, and I'm gonna go somewhere soon. Hopefully that will work out and show y'all some indigenous sites in this place. So we'll see. All right, appreciate you all. Good night, and in the Powhatan language to say goodbye, we say Ana. So Ana.